Hello! Hey there. I see a lot more people than usually at the beginning of my stream. Hello there. Hey, Joanna Chen, Sienna Torres, 090, OMG, it's Julie, and also Psychofox if you're still here. How are you all doing? Ah yeah, you're also here, Psychofox. Wonderful. And also Hoko is here, as you can see. Oh, whoops, I have two chats. That's not good. There we go. Hey there, crew. How are you doing? So, the plan for this stream is to make a drawing of a bubble. As simple as that. Well, not one bubble, but several ones joined together, because I want to make one of these. It's pretty simple, straightforward. I am starting from scratch and hope it will look alright at the end. I have no idea how long it's gonna take, several hours for sure. I try to not overdo it. I'll try. And yeah, it's just gonna be a chill time, hanging out together. And we can chat about anything, you can ask me anything. It's all chill. Also, later during the stream, I'm going to use this for my cat, some catnip. I have some... She immediately reacts to it. I don't know if she knows that there's actual catnip in there, or it's just some interesting sounding little plastic thingy. But I did an order recently to get more cat food, and I had some at the shop where I normally buy my cat food from. I had some points that were running out, you know. They have some expiration date, those bonus points, and so I used them for catnip. And that's still some catnip that I had left over before, and I'm gonna use it up. Because now I have plenty. And Hoko is gonna be very happy about it, I'm pretty sure. She loves it. But she also gets kind of aggressive. At least with the catnip toy that I normally have, that is filled with a little bit of it. If she gets the catnip directly like that, let's see how she's going to react. But yeah, let's get to the drawing, shall we? So this is going to be a drawing that will appear, or at least most likely will appear in my tutorial about bubbles. About soap bubbles and underwater bubbles, that kind of stuff. Maybe I start with actually showing off some stuff. So far I have been working on soap bubbles in quite detail. Let me go to the top here. That's my, as I call it, the research and practice sheet. So I draw bubbles over and over again, try to analyze them, looking at references, comparing them, experimenting a lot, trying to figure out the best way to paint them and trying out different ways and so on and so forth. And so I started with spherical soap bubbles at first, with lots of different colors, lots of different ways to have the colors contrast each other, and with some images inside the bubbles, which are just some quick sketches. Then I have the wobbly soap bubbles, which are very fascinating to draw. and they look complicated, but they're actually not that complicated. It's just the thing is, planning them is kind of difficult, but making them look alright is not that hard of a thing. And then that I have the joined or intersecting bubbles, and this is the thing that I want to draw today. I want to make one of these. Specifically, I want to make one that looks like this one here, the last one, which is supposed to imitate some H2O molecule, because you know it's it's water, and it's for the water series, so it's appropriate, I guess. And those kind of drawings are very geometrical, actually. Circles and like you have to think in 3D and 2D planes and lines and so on and so forth. But I will explain what I'm doing as I draw it. And then the really complicated stuff, which I'm still working on right now. This is the part that I'm studying right now, is the texture of soap bubbles. And you can see there's quite a lot in there. I tried to analyze some photos and just sketched out the patterns from the photos directly and tried to see some patterns. And then I tried to make a painting, and then I realized that colors that I'm using are not really well suited. They're kind of bland and kind of pale, so I tried to analyze photos, the reference photos that I had for their color composition, and I found a really good website for doing that, where you can just upload a photo and it tells you what colors are in the picture and how they are distributed. And for like close-up pictures of the soap bubbles where you just see the colors and nothing else, this is really useful, because it exactly tells me what colors are in the picture in relation to their saturation or luminosity, whatever you want to choose. So the closer they are to the center, the less saturated they are. So they're like the closer to white or gray they are, is what I mean. And then you can see some very, very interesting patterns. I will explain all of that stuff in detail during my tutorial though, but you can see that, you know, there is some very strong gap in the greens, and sometimes also in the reds and stuff like that. But it also depends on the picture, and I don't exactly know if it's the cameras that they're using or I don't know. And then I tried to paint the patterns myself. Also, by the way, I would like to show the photos next to these patterns, but the thing is, I want to avoid copyrights, quarrels, and a lot of these photos are copyrighted, and therefore I'm not gonna show them. It's fine if I use them as references, but if I, you know, show them in my videos and stuff like that, then there could be some issues. I don't know. I don't want to risk it. And then here I try to imitate some patterns from my references, and these kind of paintings look very abstract, I do admit, but they actually have some rules and some patterns that they follow, and I kind of like how it looks like, and it's also kind of fun to paint them, to be honest, but very time consuming. Yeah, and normally you don't need to go that much into detail, close-up detail, for drawing the texture of a soap bubble if you just want to make a normal one, like these ones up here, where the colors are very faded anyway, so it doesn't matter all that much. But yeah, I'm gonna switch over And I will just start sketching it out. And we're gonna have a chill time together. So, first up, I'm just sketching in some circles. So as I said, I want to have it in the shape of an H2O molecule. And so we have a big circle right in the middle. Well, at first I want to have the center sketched in, and then the big circle right here. And then for the position of the other ones, I want to make it a little bit different from this one here. I want to, you know, not make it look too much like Mickey Mouse. I'm sure that Disney is not gonna cause me any troubles just because of some bubbles, but still. So let's put one of the bubbles maybe right here. And for an H2O molecule, I looked it up. The hydrogen atoms are very close to their size is very close to the oxygen atom actually, so it's pretty neat. So the other one, look right here with the, I don't care too much about being accurate with the angle. And also that the size of these two circles is exactly the same. It doesn't matter. And those are going to be the main bubbles. And in addition to that, I want to add a bunch of smaller bubbles that are like hanging out right between those bigger ones. And also this bubble here, this quote-unquote hydrogen bubble, is supposed to be at the back. Then this is in the middle, the big one, the oxygen, and then this is at the front, which is not very easy to see at this point, but as we sketch out the geometry, it will become more obvious. So one thing is, when two bubbles join together like that, the area between the area that is joining together is going to be flat. So if two of these three-dimensional shapes join together, they have a two-dimensional intersection. That's the basic rule. And if we have three, which we'll have later, it's going to be reduced to just one dimension, so we're just gonna have lines. And that two-dimensional plane that we're gonna have, the circle, is going to be perpendicular to this line here, which is joining I need less stabilization, there we go. Which is joining the center points of those spheres. Also, what I can normally see is, I'm not going to make the intersection right here. Like, I'm not going to exactly halve it, because this is something that I've seen, that it actually the the bubbles are retain a bit more than half their volume. And here I am not really trying to be also very exact with making it perpendicular, because it's just an illustration. It's not supposed to be in some kind of scientific publication or anything like that. This is just an art piece and a tutorial for artists, so don't have to be that precise. So yeah, this line here would have been the point where I would just halve the circle, but I have a little bit of a gap. And from there, there's going to be an oval, because it would be a circle if this bubble would be exactly at the middle. And it would be just a line if it would be exactly at the side. And in between, we will have ovals. Maybe I'm over-explaining stuff right now, because I'm not trying to make a tutorial right now, but I just automatically try to explain everything that I'm doing. I'm pretty sure the stuff that I'm saying right now is actually accurate. So yeah, it should be fine. So over here too, so this is going to be just an oval. Yeah, so just a two-dimensional plane, a circle. And over here, same thing. And we have a lot of lines and it's gonna look kind of confusing. But I'll just go ahead and... Oops. Make this line here a bit more pale. And therefore less confusing. So yeah, how are you all doing? I hope you're doing well. I'm a bit tired because I didn't sleep all that well, to be honest. I think it was a combination of the heat and kind of a little bit of nervousness before streaming. I sometimes feel like that. Although there is not really anything to be nervous about. Well, it's just not nervousness, but just excitement, let's say that. Whenever there is some kind of event the next day, that is kind of exciting, then what my brain likes to do is not let me sleep, but just constantly let me think about the event the next day and not let me sleep. So that's fun. Yeah. And the days before that I also struggled with a bit of sleep problems. And Psychofox says everything well here in South America is winter, but it's not really cold anymore. Ah, okay. That's good. Less cold means less heating required and therefore less expensive. Also, 090 asks, I'm gonna ask you a random question. Is it hard to speak English? That's a very general question. If you ask me personally if it's hard for me to speak in English, then I'm gonna say not really. Well, you might already know that I'm not a native English speaker. My native language is German because I'm coming from Austria. But I have a lot to do with English in my everyday life and with my work. Therefore, I'm quite used to it. It feels like a second native language to me. Now, if I have trouble speaking in English, that's simply because I suck at talking in general. So, yeah, it's not gonna be all that much better when I talk in German. Somehow I feel like this is not working out too well with the oval here. Also, I should do a sketch when I do an oval like this. Also, I feel like it's a bit. Maybe it's better right here. But yeah, if you ask in general, if it's hard to speak in English, then it depends on your native language, I would say. If your native language is very close to English, and German, for example, is not the closest. They're from different areas, but they're close enough. And with different areas, I mean like the origin of the languages. But yeah, there are a lot of like overlapping similarities between those two languages, and therefore it's not that difficult. But if your native language is very close to if your native language is like barely related to English at all, then it can be quite hard. And I know that, like, I have experienced that myself because years ago I had Japanese language exchange partners. That means I have been trying to teach them English and German, and they taught me Japanese. And a lot of times it was quite difficult for them to get the pronunciation right and understanding the grammar, because it's so different from Japanese. And I also experienced it myself because Japanese is also very different from the languages that I can talk, and therefore there were a lot of things that I had to get used to. In that case, it can be quite hard to speak in English, especially if your tongue is not really used to the sounds. That was a sorry, I'm burpy again. That was a very common problem for my language exchange partners, because in Japanese you only have like a bit over 100 syllables, and that's it. The syllables are actually basically their alphabet. That's how the hiragana and the katakana works. The letters that are not imported from Chinese but are more like their alphabet. And because of that, it was quite difficult for them to pronounce some German sounds, but also especially English, because English has thousands and thousands of different syllables. The letters that you write down, they sound different, very different from each other, depending on in which word they appear. A simple A, the letter A, can be pronounced very, very differently. And also depending on, you know, whether are you gonna try to speak more like an American English or more like a British or Irish or I don't know what. Then also those sound very, very different from each other. And it's kind of hard to determine what is a standard English pronunciation. It's normally distinguished between American and British, but there are so many other. It's complicated. Psychofox says, I also struggle with that. Even a small test can make me lose a few hours of sleep. Yeah. I struggled with that a lot during my time at university. And that was certainly stress and being nervous. Also, Hoko is gone. Oh no. No kitty here. Let me drink a little bit. I forgot to mention, but this is also... I changed a couple of things on my stream layout. First of all, I fixed something. The chat on the left side should be fine now. The last two streams it has been acting up and not showing the YouTube chat properly. But now it should be fine. And I simply fixed it by removing the YouTube live stream from the Restreams website thingy that I'm using and adding it again. It's like turn it off and on again kind of deal. Very simple, but a bit tedious. But that's about it. Okay, coming back again. Come here. You wanna cuddle with me? You're gonna come right next to me, huh? Come up here. Yes. Kitty's back. Unano says, I love the fact that you sound like my Finnish teacher. Is that so? I guess German sounds very similar to a lot of Scandinavian languages. I don't know about these kind of languages like Finnish, Swedish, and you know, those ones. But interesting. But yeah, I can't hide the fact that I'm not a native English speaker. I'm trying, but I'm also not trying that hard. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not stressing out too much about it. So, other things that are new on the stream layout. Well, one thing is the patrons that are shown on the top of the stream. Because, you know, those are supporters of my work and I want to show my thanks to them. And yeah, so you see their names. The Patreon names, and I will update them on a regular basis, on a monthly basis, and also I'll try to add new names as they come in. Because one change that I did on my Patreon page was also that you can become a patron immediately, whereas before you had to wait until the beginning of the next month before the first payment is processed, and therefore you officially become a patron and stuff like that, blah blah blah. But there's the option to process that payment immediately, which is kind of like not the most cost effective thing for a lot of people, because if you become a patron with just like a week or so left until the next month, then you paid for just basically 1 week. Like the rewards that you get are just gonna be for 1 week, and that's not really worth it for a lot of people. So instead I said that if you are, how did I say it? I think if there is like only 2 weeks left or less of the current week, then you get twice as many quantifiable rewards. That's how I said it, so kind of balance it out. But yeah, so if there are new patrons coming in, I'm trying to keep it updated and add new names. And also, by the way, I have the alerts for Patreon on too, so if there's gonna be a new patron during the stream, then a notification, an alert should pop up, and I could add the name immediately. So yeah. Then other things that are changed is also, I'm gonna reset it to show it off. There's this little pop-up here, just to show the social media blah blah stuff and so on and so forth. And it's a nice little animation that I found, and wasn't really that hard to set up, surprisingly. I thought I had to do some coding and stuff like that, but no, it's like pretty easy actually. There was even a tutorial for it. So yeah. So you see the links, the social media, where I am, and so on and so forth, and the links are in the description, blah blah. So I'm not so sure about the shape of these bubbles here. Like, I don't like that these ovals are touching each other like here right now. But it also doesn't matter all too much. I shouldn't overthink these kind of things. So yeah. So basically what I did is just cut off those spheres right here. Not right in the middle, but a little bit to the side of it. And this is the intersecting plane. And next up I want to add a bunch of extra shapes. Can you ask me a weird question that doesn't make sense? As long as it's within the rules of the stream, then you can ask me anything. That's why I also am streaming, to chat with you guys and to answer your questions. So please feel free to ask me anything. And if it's if I feel uncomfortable answering it, I'm just not gonna answer it, and that's all there is to it. You don't need to worry too much if that's the case. And also let me think, that was basically all the stuff that I changed on the stream. Yeah. Those are all the changes. So now I want to add some smaller bubbles that are like in between those two. And for that I'm this time sketching out a line, which is the intersection between 3 bubbles, 3 or more. Can't get more reduced than just to 1 dimension. And then I just simply sketch it out freehand. Because it still follows a circular shape, a spherical shape for the most part, but it's cut off quite dramatically. So it's a little bit personal, but have you ever been bullied? That is quite a personal question, but I guess I don't really mind answering that. So, kind of, but not too dramatically. Well, during school time, you know, I was basically a loner, an outsider. Like, I've been only sitting at my place and never really talking to anybody. I've never been bullied in the, you know, the stereotypical traditional sense of like some bullies coming up to me and beating me up and demanding my stuff and, you know, stuff like that. They never would have dared to, I would say. Like, I know that at my school there has been bullying going on. And also some classmates that I had were involved in that. They never really... Like, even one of my classmates has been also target of some bullying. Not physical, but rather, you know, psychological. Like, making fun of them, you know, being overweight, being kind of weird, being kind of boring, that kind of stuff. But in my case, they kind of have been scared, I think. Like, they wouldn't... And it's not to sound badass or... Oh, whoops. Bad A beep. I'm not supposed to say these words, I'm sorry for that. But yeah, it's just how it has been. I'm not so sure if I should tell those kind of stories in too much though, because it's like very personal. But I guess I'd just tell you, it doesn't really matter at all. Like, that kind of stuff I can freely talk about, and why should I worry? So, the thing that was the case was, in my case, they were scared of me in a way that, you know, I would run amok. Like, I would be potentially one of those guys who goes into school with a weapon and you know, which I would have never done, seriously. But they suspected me because I'm always so quiet and so, like, I always seemed upset or something. I was annoyed quite a lot by the others because even back then I didn't like teenagers. Like, I didn't like most teenagers, let's say that. I have a lot of teenagers watching my stuff, so I shouldn't say that. I have nothing. Like, how to say? I didn't like how some teenagers act. Like those ones that were like the bullies and the gossipers and you know, that kind of stuff. And back then I had a better connection with adults actually than with people of my age. And so there wasn't really any bullying going on, but there were some words that have been said behind my back. I know of that. Some friends that I had back then told me about it. You know, they have been posting pictures of me while I tried to just, you know, close my eyes and listen to music on my desk. And they took pictures of me and making fun of me on Facebook and stuff like that. You know, back then when Facebook started. And I don't know all the stuff that has been said behind my back, but yeah, they didn't trust me. And they wanted to make fun of me, but they also were too scared to do that directly. But also, a reason of why I was always so distant was, you know, I had my face. I was like a very kind of edgy teenager, I do admit. I mean, it was process of, you know, finding myself and stuff like that, blah blah. But yeah, I very much get cringed out thinking back to that time. No one should be bullied, it's just horrible. I agree. I very much agree. In school and also outside of school, it is just stupid. Like, you're making people suffer because of your own amusement or just because you want to feel better about yourself and forget about your own insecurities. It's just stupid, but it's also I guess kind of ingrained in us. It's like a very primitive behavior that is connected to us, you know, wanting to belong to a group and wanting to be, like, you know, stronger and superior to others. And one of the easiest ways is just to, you know, gather up in a group and bully some individuals that are weaker than you. Like, most of the bullying that's going on is in groups. Groups bullying in singular people, so they have their numbers on their side and therefore feel stronger, feel more you know, more daring, more how to say, like they get the kind of an adrenaline rush, and are able to do stuff that they normally wouldn't do. Like if you isolate a bully, they're probably not gonna do anything. They're probably gonna be just too scared. But yeah, I have some stories to tell about my time during school, but let's not talk about it too much right now. Like, I've been sharing a little bit, but I don't want it to be the main topic of the stream. Maybe another day I will tell a little bit more. But yeah, bullying is bad. There's no good reason for bullying anybody. In whatever form it is. You know, physical, psychological, behind the back, anything. It's... Instead of doing that, just get over your insecurities, your own insecurities, and gain courage and self-esteem in a different, more productive way. Or like actual productive way, because there's nothing productive about bullying somebody. But yeah, so let me talk about the drawing here. So what I've been doing is drawing the shapes. So I have to deal a lot with lines and also two-dimensional planes. So this line here is the intersection between three different bubbles. The big one, the other second big one, and the smaller one, and therefore we have a line. But then we have the smaller ones intersecting each other, and also the intersecting just with the bubble itself, and therefore we have these extra two-dimensional planes again, but they are cut off. They're not complete circles like here, but you know, they're parts of circles. And this is just kind of like a little puzzle. You want to put your individual spheres at the different places, and then you have to figure out how to cut them up so they fit in together very nicely. And it's actually not that complicated, and it's kind of a fun thing to draw. And I like it. It's probably my favorite thing to draw about soap bubbles, the intersecting, the joined together bubbles. Unano says, okay, so I have another question, and it's that does your cat have a name? Also, your cat is so cute. Thank you. Yes, she's very cute, and she does have a name, and I have a command for that. If you type in !cat, then hopefully Nightbot works also on the YouTube side. Normally there is a little bit of a delay. Let's wait a little bit. It did work on Twitch. So let's see. Apparently Nightbot is sleeping on the YouTube side. So, well, then I'm just gonna copy this message that I have over here and paste it directly. There we go. So that's the message that normally should be posted by Nightbot, but apparently it doesn't work right now. Oh well. And there you have it, Hokori warm and fluffy. I think her original name was Sunny or something like that. But yeah, I wanted to give her a name myself. I know I'm a Japanese nerd, and therefore of course I had to give her a Japanese name. And I'm drawing pretty slow right now actually, but that's okay. Let's put a big one maybe right here. So determining this line is just pretty simple. I draw a line, and the intersections between the line and the circle here is gonna be the size of the bubble. As simple as that. I'm cutting part off of this bubble here. Also, it needs quite a lot of understanding of perspective, I do have to say. Like, you do need to keep in mind the angle at which you look at these bubbles and how they're angled on, like how the intersections are angled on these spheres. And they have a round shape after all. So for example here I need to keep this oval that I'm drawing right now, not oval but curve, a bit flatter, but we can see a bit more from this one here right now. And this is supposed to be basically the underside. You can look through the bubble after all, and so you can see also these intersections through the bubble, like so. Another question, how old are you? You do not have to answer that if it's too personal. I don't mind. I am 29. I don't see a reason why it should be a problem for me sharing that detail. First of all, my birthday is also, you know, publicly shown on DeviantArt and stuff like that, so it's not a secret or anything. In my case, it doesn't matter. If I would be 19 or younger than that, then maybe I should be a bit more careful about my age, you know? As a teenager, you should be. But at my age, it doesn't matter. What are people gonna do with that information? And I don't feel insecure about my age. Also I don't see a reason to. I mean, I get it. If you feel old and want to ignore the fact that you're getting older and stuff like that, you know, death is approaching. But I don't really care all that much. As you can see that I also have to keep in mind the amount of which is cut off these smaller bubbles, if I add another one, depends on the size of the next one. Like if I add just a small one, then I cut off just a small part and curve the bubble so it's just like Again, I don't want to just have a half circle, but have a bit of an extra curve right here and then curve around again, if that makes sense. And then it's just basically joining the lines together. Now this here is the new intersection point, and I'm connecting it over here instead. And so this line also here is between two bubbles and not three, and therefore is not straight but has a curvature, and therefore to keep that in mind, it's part of a circle. And I mention it at every stream, but I want to emphasize that the music that you're hearing is from some very lovely musicians, and if you're interested in their music and what you're hearing and want to listen to it on your own time, then you can just simply type in their name. Like, you already see the name and you could just Google it and type in YouTube and stuff like that. But what you can also do is just type in their name that you can see in the ticker above as a command with exclamation mark and then the artist name. For example here, exclamation mark Alzar 101, and then you get a small description together with a link to their stuff. And they're artists that gave permission to play their music during the stream. And that's important. You need to have permission. And of course, the permission only goes with the condition of, you know, showing their name and the song title and everything. And giving proper credit, and I always try to do so. And one of the artists, by the way, that is in the playlist is actually here in chat, Psychofox, who was kind enough to make some music for me without me even asking, so yeah. And this here is not working out. This line needs to be a bit higher, therefore need to adjust it. But yeah, as you can see, or rather as you can hear, I suppose, you really can ask me anything and I am comfortable answering most questions. Psychofox says, always a pleasure. I love the content and I'm glad to have contributed to the playlist. I'm glad to have you here. I'm drawing very slowly right now, but it's okay. I'd rather take my time and first of all interact with you guys and talk some more, and instead of just staying quiet, which is not entertaining for you at all. I mean, there's the music, of course, and the music is real good, but you know, you didn't come here just to listen to music. And also I want to focus on making this drawing look good and accurate. Because after all, it's supposed to be a drawing that will appear in in the next tutorial video. One of the prepared drawings. So gotta make sure that I'm doing a good job here. You can also ask me drawing related stuff. I'm not like not in a way of like how to draw X, Y, Z, like don't ask me stuff that would require a whole tutorial. And especially, you know, if the tutorial is already out there. But if you're wondering, like if there is something that you don't quite understand what I'm doing right now. Psychofox asks, when did you start drawing? Well, this is one of the harder questions to answer because, you know, I've been drawing ever since I was a small child, of course. So yeah, I've been drawing ever since I was little, and I've been enjoying it. And you know, people have all back then said that that I'm good at drawing, and I was proud of that, and that made me enjoy drawing even more. And you know, just how it was. But I wasn't really seriously practicing and studying. I started doing that at least a little bit when I was still a teenager, like 16 years old or something like that. So quite a while ago. And back then it was just basically trying to learn how to draw, you know, in manga style. I had some books and yeah, I tried to learn that style. Sorry, burp again. And also try to learn how to paint in the traditional Japanese ink washing technique called sumi-e. I tried to learn that back then. Didn't really do a good job, so I'm still not very good at it. But I enjoyed doing it, and that's important after all. But the time when I got really serious about learning how to draw and drawing a lot more was basically shortly before I started my tutorial show. So I started my tutorial show right at the beginning of 2016. So in 2015 I started to get more serious about, you know, being an artist. When I also made the decision of quitting university and not becoming a physicist, which was a hard decision to make, but I do not regret it. Psychofox says, I have one of these books to learn how to draw in manga. Yeah. I see. Yeah, I still have them. And they're actually pretty good. But I haven't really been drawing in manga style all that much in recent times. Oh yeah, also I've been learning not only with the books but also with another YouTube channel all the way back then called Mark Riley, an artist called Mark Riley. You might also recognize that name. He's still making videos. And he made a lot of videos about how to draw in manga style. And I watched his videos all the way back then. And learned a few things. And not only did I learn a few things about how to draw in manga style, but also his videos were originally inspiring me to, you know, make tutorial videos myself. So all the way back then at school, I had these kind of dreams of making drawing tutorial videos. I did, after all, go and study physics, however, because, you know, becoming an artist has some difficulties. You know, with making money and stuff, after all. And becoming a physicist and studying physics studying physics and that kind of stuff is more useful on the job market. It's much easier to find a job with a physics degree instead of, you know, an art degree, or not even having that art degree. I never was really interested in going to university in order to study art. Because back then at school, of course I also had an art class, but that one was not really very helpful for me, I do have to say. It was just, you know, learning about the usual art styles like surrealism, pointillism, still lifes, and abstract art, and blah blah and so on, and learning about traditional artists like the famous ones, you know, those kind of ones. And it was very boring and uninteresting to me, I do have to say. And you know, there wasn't really any good feedback for me to improve my drawing skills. Whenever, you know, like the teacher was basically the kind of like, if you drew something, you most likely got some praise. Or if there's something off, then she just fixes it herself. Like she just does it herself and doesn't really explain it all too well. We didn't really learn much about how to use paints properly, how to use our tools properly. About perspective, I think we did have something about perspective, but it was like kind of meh. You know, like just then the kind of like just puts down some vanishing points and just draw the lines towards those, and there we go. And you know, leaving out all the important details about how to properly place those points and stuff like that. You know, and yeah, it was not the most useful, and I didn't want to go to university and just basically have to learn the same stuff that you know, about art history and famous artists and different styles that I'm actually not interested in, and so on and so forth. You know, of course it is good to widen your horizon, learn about different styles, about different tools, different methods to make art, and so on and so forth. Experiment a lot. That kind of stuff is important, of course. And university is a good way to kind of get forced to learn about these things and like learning about different things. And figuring out yourself whether or not you're interested in that kind of stuff, and it exposes you to ways to make art that you might not have been considering before. That of course depends on the university that you're going to and their courses. So yeah, I cannot really make good generalizations like that. Psychofox says, so cool that I was going to follow a career in science-related job, but then decided to become an artist too. Oh, is that so? What kind of branch did you want to go to? Was it also physics related, or chemistry, medicine, something like that? Like back then, I wanted to specialize in photovoltaics. Because first of all, this is something that I'm interested in. You know, it's a very useful technology for the future to get less dependent on coal and oil and stuff like that. And also was kind of promising on the job market too, so it was a good strategy to specialize in that. But yeah, like Fox says, I was going for oceanic biology. Oh, cool. That's very cool indeed. But I also heard that getting an actual position of like actually studying marine animals and getting in contact with them is very unlikely, and the most likely thing is that you're just gonna end up, if you're gonna end up in that field, which is also difficult, but if, then it's most likely some kind of lab job, and it's just sitting in the laboratory and analyzing samples and data. And I knew of somebody who did study marine biology and then gave it up because of those reasons, because she originally wanted to, you know, dive around and study marine animals firsthand and that kind of stuff, and the stuff that she actually had to do during university was the other stuff, all the math stuff and the lab stuff and so on and so forth. It wasn't really interesting to her, and therefore she changed her mind. And that's just how it goes. I'm also fortunate enough to live in a country where I can just change my mind and not be in crippling debt because of it. Like if I would, for example, live in the USA, then I probably would still be studying physics and getting stressed out about it, or I would have just completely failed and get, you know, removed because I failed the same test over and over again, which was the issue back then, and ultimately what triggered me to stop studying physics. Because all of the math stuff. And I don't normally dislike math, But the kind of math that you had to learn for studying physics was just way too complex and too difficult for me. It is a whole different level than what you learn during high school. Whole different level. My brain was just not able to process those things. I know, I just had to get to that realization and admit to myself, okay, I'm simply not suited for it. And I don't have to feel bad about it either. It's just, you know, I have to see what else suits me. And what I'm doing right now suits me very, very well. Like, as you can see here, I'm also able to do science-related things and explain physics like I did in the last video, and I enjoyed it a lot, and I still enjoy physics and science a lot, and it fascinates me. And I'm able to show that in my videos too. Psychofox says, yeah, most people end up in labs instead of doing fieldworks. In my case, we had to research both marine biology and the ocean floor in terms of composition of the sand and chemicals on the water. Yeah, that kind of stuff. The composition of sand, the chemicals in water, getting samples of that and just analyzing, and you have samples of many different parts of the world and at different times. And those kind of stuff is still interesting, I would say. And also very like it has a purpose after all, because the oceans can give us also a very good idea how the climate on our Earth is changing. And stuff like that. And I keep on talking, then I would just embarrass myself because I don't know all that much about marine biology, so I just stop talking. But yeah, it's very cool for sure. But for people who do want to mainly work with the marine animals, that kind of stuff can be quite boring. I totally see that. So I don't want to overload this drawing with small bubbles, because I just need to get the point across. The plan is just to at first show how to draw bubbles. Like I'm going to make an example drawing at first, and then I am going to show this prepared drawing. And so what it needs to show is just simply all of these small interactions, and that they're clearly shown and stuff like that. And I think this drawing is good enough for that. The smaller bubbles are still large enough to properly show the intersection, so it should be fine. So yeah, that's basically the sketch. Now, yeah, I would say it's enough. So what I do now is I am going to do the rendering. But first, filling out these shapes here. I also want to have the sketch at the top. Need to make some small corrections. This is the base layer, the base color layer that I will draw on top of. I can just clip the layers above for coloring and highlighting, stuff like that, on top of this layer, and I will stay inside of this shape at all times. That's the plan. I have to sketch over here again. And so that's something that I am still not quite sure of, is how to explain how to draw bubbles with different tools, because this now is going to vary a lot depending on like whether or not you're going to use digital or traditional media, and what kind of paints you're using, and so on and so forth. So what I like to do is normally just start with some lighter areas. First of all, I also want to decrease the luminosity, to 0 over here actually. Oh wait. At first, what I do is just quickly make these edges a bit brighter. Because bubbles normally have these brighter outlines, and that's very useful because this way I can also kind of sketch out the shapes. So I'm gonna darken the base again because I want to have the actual proper colors. And wow, this is not showing up at all. What? Oh, that's because I have the wrong layer setting. There we go. Make the sketch more visible. And then on this light layer, I'm just gonna add in this kind of a sketch. Very, very light sketch. Because those outlines are gonna be visible in the end result too. And it's gonna have some slightly brighter edges. So I can just trace that kind of stuff. And later I will do some fine adjustments. Properly adjusting the brightness of these edges. And again, I do this all freehand because it doesn't matter all too much. Don't have to make perfect curves. Just needs to look good enough. So we're gonna see this part here too. Very, very lightly. But it's still gonna appear after all. But yeah, I do have to say it's probably gonna take still quite a while until I'm done with the preparations for the next tutorial video. Because as I've shown you before, I'm right now trying to figure out the texture of the soap bubbles. And that is... I still don't have it quite figured out. I mean, look at it, it's... those kind of shapes are hard to get used to. I'm trying to like get used to those kind of shapes, and like I don't have that abstract of a mind. I need to have some kind of guidelines to follow, and I want to be accurate after all, because there are some rules to these kind of patterns, as I said before. You can't just draw some weird abstract shapes willy-nilly and just call it a day. It's not gonna look like the real deal. And that's the point. I'm not just trying to reproduce something that just roughly looks like it, but if you look closely it doesn't look like it at all. But I want to be accurate. And over the years I have been changing the strategy of my tutorials. At the beginning I was like, yeah, just I don't have to be accurate, and if I do a mistake I'll just... it's just fine, and I will make a new video about it at some point, probably. But at this point I actually want to make videos that are gonna last forever. I want to make one, and you should be able to watch it decades later, and it's still about as helpful as it was back then, and as accurate. Like, I mean, sure, of course it's gonna be as helpful as back then. What I'm trying to say is, even decades later, I don't feel the need of redoing that video, and I feel satisfied with it, and it's part of the library, and I want it to be a permanent part of the library. And that requires me to be even more extensive with my research and trying to get better at drawing these kind of things and doing more prepared drawings and so on and so forth. But also that increases the quality of the tutorial itself, so it's a good thing. It takes longer and it takes way more work, but it pays off normally. So yeah. And also that's just kind of what distinguishes my videos from other tutorials, is that I overdo it. I way overdo it and make it way more extensive than I probably need to. But that's just my style, you know. Fox says, yeah, we get a lot more than a drawing tutorial. I really enjoy this research side of your videos. That's good to know. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, there are already a lot of drawing tutorials out there. And nowadays on YouTube, like if I would have started 10 years ago, then I would have been fine. And there haven't been as many drawing tutorials back then. But nowadays, you know, YouTube is so oversaturated at this point in many different topics, in many different categories. So that you need to do something that's different, and it's hard to figure out. But if you're trying to do something that everybody else does, you're not gonna get anywhere. If you don't already have some kind of followership somewhere, then, or some kind of connections with a content creator that has a large following, then you're not gonna get anywhere with it. And I do not have connections, and so if I would just do drawing tutorials in the style of just bam, I show you how to draw it, I just explain what I'm doing step by step, but also only for digital media, and not including any additional information, not trying to make it kind of interesting in some kind of other way, but just, you know, plainly explaining, which is fine, and I appreciate those kind of tutorials too, also for my own purposes. I watch a lot of tutorials about all sorts of things all the time. And I personally don't feel the need of being entertained with any animations and extra facts and what on and so forth, but some people might be, or they might have not have known that they actually prefer that kind of way of being taught. And so yeah, just trying to make something different, and in order to find my own niche, as to say, because mass producing tutorials has not been working out for me. It clearly showed in the past. I need to do a quick break because nature calls. Well, I will be right back. Just a few minutes. Alright, I'm back. I do have to say I don't feel as tired anymore. Although, as I said, I didn't really sleep all too much, but I'm doing okay, which I'm suspecting the adrenaline of streaming is to blame for that. Or to thank for that. But yeah. So I actually like to give Hoko some catnip right now. There's a little change of pace. Ooh, she looks. She's looking. What do I have here? Does it sound interesting? Now it soon will smell interesting. Just to have a little break, but also this way she will be closer to the camera and stay closer. So I'm just gonna sprinkle it on the blanket and don't care too much about it. It's the kitty blanket. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter if it gets dirty. Already it's a little sniff in the little bag. Ooh. That smells interesting, huh? Hehe. Let's sprinkle it here at the front. Likes to eat catnip? Yeah, that's... I think a very normal reaction. Let's see. Let's sprinkle just a little bit over here. Let's see how a small amount is gonna achieve. Oh, you see that? Let's say about this much. See? See that? Ooh. Ooh, ha! Oh, you love it. That's the reaction I expected. Ooh, you love it so much. So that's how Hoko normally reacts to catnip, is she's just wriggling around, licking whatever smells so nicely. But she also gets kind of aggressive. When I try to pet her or play with her, then she gets really mad. So I gotta be careful. If I try to like touch her, you immediately see she's attacking me. Which is fun though. I mean, it's not like getting actually angry and mad, and just mostly playful, but she gets quicker to the point where playtime is over, if you know what I mean. Oh, you love it so much. Wow. So crazy. Just this little tiny heap of catnip was already enough to make her that crazy. And she already spread it all across the blanket and her fur. Let's see. What if I do this? Ooh. Wah. 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 you crazy. Kiki, kiki, kiki. Ah, kiki. Oh, the blanket is in chaos. Oh, meow meow. Your cat is mostly sleepy. Well, I guess that's most cats. I mean, Hoko is also mostly sleeping. I wish she would be a bit sleepier while I'm sleeping, though. Rawr. Monster. I cut her claws recently, so shouldn't have to worry about scratches. Although I'm used to scratches anyway, so. Rawr! Bite! Ooh. Ooh, that's the spot. That's the spot. Ooh. You're gonna stay on this blanket now? Now that it smells so nicely? Ah. I'm forming a fist, so it's more difficult for her to bite. If I have a finger out, and it's very easy for her to like bite and like strongly bite down. But if I have a fist like that, then she can't really figure out where to apply her teeth. Wow. 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 Oh, you love it so much. Oh, you love it so much. Oh, you love it so much. Alright. Let's get back to the drawing stream. She's gonna be like that for a while now. We can still watch her. Also, I think I've never really talked about it all that much. But you might wonder why I'm not really showing myself on camera. I do not have a problem with showing my face. I don't have any... what's the word? Self-esteem issues or anything like that. It's just that during my stream I'd like to be able to relax, and I do have a very like angry looking resting face. It's just how my face looks like and can't help it. But yeah, I do feel a bit like self-conscious about it, and I don't want to worry about how I look like during the stream. And also, the place that I'm sitting on right now, you can see I'm right here next to the sofa. So I have this kind of mattress here with a bunch of pillows, and that's basically my workplace. I have my computers around me and my displays, and that's how I work. And I have the drawing screen on my lap, and it's very lean back and relaxed, but it's not really a pose, a position, a stance, whatever you want to say to that, that I want to show on stream. It's too relaxed, I would say. And so I'd rather just not show myself and be able to relax. And you know, probably adding my face to the stream is more engaging for viewers and therefore gets more viewers and blah 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 and so on and so forth. And but at the same time, if I'm not able to relax and I'm getting stressed out about those sort of things, then the quality of my stream is going to suffer in other ways. So in the end, it doesn't really matter all that much, or maybe I actually improve the quality of my stream like that instead, compared to when I show my face. So yeah, Psychofox says, that also happens to me. People always think I'm mad when I'm just quiet or even concentrated playing guitar. That's one of the main reasons why I don't show my face on my videos. Yeah, I can relate to that. It's just how we look like. I can distinctively remember a time when I just was walking on the street, just completely normal. Maybe thinking about something, but also not anything infuriating or something like that. Maybe just I thought about what to eat when I get back to my apartment, you know. And then there was this kid passing me by together with his dad. And when they passed me by, the kid was openly and loudly asking his dad, why did this man look so mad? Like, I wasn't doing anything. I wasn't even looking at the kid. But you know, kids are brutally honest. They just say what they're thinking. It's just what they do. And yeah, it's just how I look like. I can't help it. During my tutorial videos, I try to always focus on always smiling and always try to look nice. And I have the camera in front of me and I can see myself on the screen. And so if I look intimidating or mad or something, I see myself doing that and I can remind myself to, hey, try to smile again, you know? If I'm focused every now and then, like while I'm drawing, then yeah, I'm gonna look a bit more serious and angry. But I mean, people can see that I'm focusing, you know, I'm drawing. And if I'm smiling every now and then, it should be okay. I've never had any comment of saying that, why are you looking so mad all the time? Why, you know, why are you so angry? Nothing of that sort. So I guess I'm doing a good job of hiding my resting face. But yeah, doing that during the stream is a whole different story, however, because I'm streaming for a couple of hours, and it would be very exhausting to force myself to smile all the time. And during the stream especially, I just want to relax. Just want to be myself, you know? The videos are scripted, and I say whatever I have been writing down or have been playing to say, planning to say. But I can't script streams. And I'm not very good at improvising either, or acting, or anything like that. I just want to be myself, and not try to be someone different. So yeah, that's the reason why I don't have a face cam. You have a kitty cam, you have my hand that appears, so there's something there. You can still see that I'm present, and I can show some kind of emotions with my hand too, I suppose. Like hand gesturing is part of communication after all. You don't have my face, but it should be fine. Also, Kitty's more interesting than my face, let's be honest. Isn't that right? Alright, so I kind of sketched out the general shapes now with these light reflections. Just light borders over here. And next up I would want to do the coloring. I'm not gonna do some kind of image that is reflected inside the bubbles, otherwise it will get way too complicated because there are so many different bubbles we would have to consider, and that's just too much. So first of all I need a palette, and I forgot to get the palette beforehand. So here we go. I want to get a palette that's already used for one of these. And I'm thinking about maybe getting this one here. So again, I'm not trying to paint patterns like these here right now. That would be overkill. Like, as you can see, those are very small sections of like a whole bubble. If I would have to paint a whole bubble with that kind of pattern, it would take me way too long, because all of these individually took me an hour or two, maybe even more than 2 hours sometimes. And it's just a small section, as you can see, but it's just so many different shapes and some texturing and smudging that you need to do. It's very, very time consuming. I don't want to do that for all of that, so I'm gonna simplify the pattern, and we'll see how I'm gonna do doing that. I still don't have that much. I would have liked to be more comfortable with painting the colors and the patterns at this point, but I ran out of time, and I didn't expect that this here, you know, this here is gonna take me that long. As you can see, the section, the size of this section here, like these sections here, the spherical, the wobbly ones, intersection, And then colors and texture. And there's so much. And I still need to keep on going. I still need to practice a bit more to figure some things out. So that's a lot. For something that I don't want to explain all that much in detail during the tutorial. And rather just focus on the bubble shapes. Well. So then. First thing, I need to decide what kind of main colors I want to use. What kind of color should be at the edge. And that differs quite a lot from bubble to bubble, as I've been able to see. I also want to look at some reference pictures at the same time, which I have open on a different window. So yeah, also I'm using references, it's not a secret. And I hope that I will finish this painting today during the stream. Already quite like 2 hours have passed, so I've been going very slow, but that's just how it normally is. Oh, welcome back, Psychofox. Alright then. I'm probably gonna be a bit more quiet during this kind of section here, because I'm trying to figure things out. I want to establish the general flow of the soapy texture at first. And it's gonna look very messy at the beginning. Very unorganized. But that's just how it's gonna be. Also, the point of this prepared drawing here is to show the geometry of these intersecting bubbles. The texture is not the main thing. So it's just like a little extra decoration, you could say, to make it look prettier and more accurate. But doesn't really have much of a teaching value to it, because I'm gonna explain the textures and the colors separately after all. But you know, I want to have some quality for my prepared drawings. So the brush that I'm using right now is very sharp, very hard, has a very like 100% opaque color. And it's just for establishing the general shapes of this pattern. Later on I will do some fine adjustment with a more smudgy brush. But for now this is good enough. Also, I want to establish some kind of color gradient. So at the edge I'm gonna have more of the yellows and the oranges, and then I'm gonna transition over to other colors as I go more towards the middle. Also, by the way, when I'm saying that I'm probably gonna talk less and focus more on the drawing, doesn't mean that I want you to not chat with me. That doesn't mean that. I will still gladly chat with you and answer your questions. I'm trying to say here is just that I'm just doing a worse job at coming up with topics to talk about on my own. Psychofox says, "Don't worry, I was hypnotized watching you draw quite interesting patterns." I see. Yeah, those patterns are very interesting, kind of fascinating in a way. You know, they almost look kind of psychedelic, very abstract. I can totally see that. They have some hypnotizing properties to them. At this point I don't need to worry all too much about getting the shapes right. I just want to have a wide variety of shapes, make it very mixed. Oops. Bubble magic. Yeah. Let's maybe make a big spiral shape like so. To me they're kind of extra fascinating because even scientists aren't exactly sure how these patterns flow. You know, fluid dynamics are a very, very complicated topic, normally requiring a very, very CPU heavy, like compute, like simulations that rely on very, very strong and extensive computations. And trying to understand them is very difficult. I say very quite a lot. This song reminds me that I recently have watched the Sonic movie recently with a couple of friends, and I gotta say it was very entertaining. I enjoyed it quite a lot, and I'm not really that big of a Sonic fan. Never really played any of the Sonic games. I'm not too interested in the characters, but the movie was quite fun. And if there's gonna be another movie, I'm gonna look forward to it. Of course, I'm not gonna spoiler anything, so that's about as much as I'm gonna say about the movie. I don't like the shape here. Suckfox says, "Oh, I was a fan of the video games and anime. I haven't watched the movie, but if the people behind it took the effort of remodeling the character, is maybe because they knew the movie was worth it." Yeah, I mean also because people have been complaining a lot, and they've been very, they've been acting quite entitled. But also, the old model was not good. Let's be honest. They could have been a bit more respectful towards the artists and the designers, you know. But, oh well. Some people take it way too serious. It's like the same deal with people getting upset at actors when their favorite movie or TV show is not good because of the writing. You know, it's not the freaking fault of the actors. Like that has been, for example, the case with Game of Thrones. People have been very upset. And they harassed and even threatened some of the Game of Thrones actors, which is just stupid. mean, it's alright. It's good. It's fun to be passionate about some things. But don't be toxic. Just because of your passion. Also watched the Detective Pikachu movie finally with friends. That was alright. Wasn't all too great. But still we had fun watching it. And that's the main point after all. Psychofox says, I mean, they could have left the model like that on the Sonic movie. People would have still talked about it. And it's not like people will watch the Cats movie again if they change the models. I guess so, yeah. People, they could have left it that way and then the fans still wouldn't shut up about it. They don't like the models of the Detective Pikachu movie. Yeah, they were kind of a hit or miss thing for me. Some of them looked alright, some of them looked even kind of cute or cool. But certain Pokemon were... Like the Lickitung, for example. Yeah. not the greatest fan of that. It was interesting to see the Pokemon in that kind of form, like trying to make them fit into our real world. But yeah, it doesn't work all too well with certain Pokemon. Their design is not made for our real world. It's just how it is. So here I need to keep in mind the geometry of the bubble. So we have these intersections here and I need to avoid those. So I'm not gonna continue painting over here. This is gonna be kind of cut off. Like there's an intersection right here, so I can fill in some color right here. And this small gap. But that's about it. You need to keep in mind that this bubble here is at the front. I'm not 100% sure that I'm being accurate right now, but again, it doesn't matter all that much. And also I need to adjust the flow according to this geometry. So it's gonna flow around it. Also, how very fitting that Pokemon music is playing right now. Oh yeah, Pokemon. A very... kind of like a very enjoyable franchise, even though I don't really play the main games anymore. I don't really have too much of an interest in them because they're kind of samey and not really challenging. But I just enjoy the franchise in general, and this is probably also nostalgia talking. I grew up with Pokemon, I played all the games as a kid. Watched all the episodes of the anime that came out. Even recorded them on cassette tapes. And there are some games that I would like to try Mystery Dungeon. I'm very curious about that one. Because apparently it's supposed to be have some kind of RPG aspects to it. Like actual RPG. Like traditional RPG stuff. That seems interesting to me. I hope it's more challenging than the main games. I'm also very much looking forward to the Snap, the new Pokemon Snap game that they have announced. Still gonna take quite a long time until it arrives, and they can't take all the time they need. I do not feel any rush to play the game immediately. It's fine, I can wait. But I did like the N64 game quite a lot. Completed it as a kid back then. It was a fun time. And I think it's especially fun to me because the Pokemon Snap game is more of, watching Pokemon in their natural habitat. And how they behave, and they have it's like going on a safari, taking pictures. And that's the cool part of it. It interests me more to see how the designers are gonna place the Pokemon in their natural habitats and let them behave in a natural way, kind of like animals, but also in a unique way, because they're Pokemon, they're not animals after all. And how they design it, and it's very fascinating to me. way more so than just, you know, catching them and making them battle each other. And they say that the Pokemon enjoy it, and they naturally do that, but it still feels a bit messed up to me. I didn't really feel that way as a kid. It was just, hey, cool, let's catch them all and let's become the strongest trainer. But as I grew older, you kind of like, start thinking more and more like, yeah, this is kind of messed up. I don't know how to feel about it. Even if they say the Pokemon like doing it and they do it because of friendship. And yeah, but still. Fox says, yeah, they did a great job making merchandising and new products. Very colorful and quite interesting adventures. Either you watch the anime or play the games. This year I completed my Kanto Pokédex. Oh, cool. Also, I mean, yeah, let's be honest. The whole Pokemon series, the anime and the games are mainly there for selling merchandise. Selling the game, selling plushies and figurines and so on and so forth, and it worked very well. Also in my case, as a kid, I wanted to have all sorts of Pokemon stuff. I had a lunchbox, or like a treasure box more like. I had many different figurines, and I still have them actually, and I like them a lot. They're very neat, and I played a lot with them back then as a kid together with my sister. And the Pokemon cards, oh my god, the cards, that is just a huge waste of money, I do have to say. It's just the most shameless, but also one of the most effective money-grabbing tactics of merchandise is to have a trading card game. It worked really well with Pokemon and also Yu-Gi-Oh! And yeah. Digimon too, I think. We also had their trading card game. And the third season of Digimon was also centered, or not centered, but trading cards played an essential role. Yeah, they don't even try to hide it. I mean, it's okay. It's fine. It's up to the parents to make the decision of buying all that stuff. And I just simply wasted all my allowance, that's the word, for that kind of stuff. I wish I was a bit smarter with my money when I was young. But oh well. I mean, it's part of a learning process. Like Fox says, it's easy to like Pokemon, and as kids we like everything colorful and cool. There is a creature for anyone. Cute puppies, big dragons, and of all colors. I still like Digimon. Yeah, that's true. That's... I guess now they see it. That makes sense. Part of the reason why it's so popular is because it is so colorful and so... has such a wide variety of different creative designs. That makes it very enjoyable, and anybody can pick their own like favorite Pokemon and like it a lot. Even my mother had a favorite Pokemon, which was Ponyta or Rapidash, and I also like those Pokemon a lot. And when I was young, my favorite Pokemon was Mew, because it looked like a cute kitty. A naked kitty, I guess. I don't think it's supposed to have fur, or maybe very, very short fur. But still, it looked very cute and I liked it a lot. And even the name is like a kitty. So, yeah. Also, kitty is so far away again. You don't want to be on the catnip blanket? Well, I don't want to be on the catnip blanket. It smells nice. Oh well, you can still see her. Takavok says, though over here not many Digimon merchandise was available, I have a single Digimon card and a few collector stickers. I've sold Pokemon cards and I've made quite a few bucks each time I do. Yeah, I sold all of them too. Cards that I still have are a couple of Yu-Gi-Oh cards, I never sold those. And Magic the Gathering cards. Still have all of them, and maybe they will go up in value at some point, although I doubt it. But even if I sell it, I wouldn't make all that much money anyways. Compared to what I need now, in terms of money, it's nothing, so I don't even bother to sell them and have that kind of effort. So now I need to also repeat those kind of patterns on the other bubbles too, and make it for all of them, but leave out the intersection parts and the overlapping parts, and just worry mostly about what is at the front. I'm probably also gonna work a lot here with layers, because here I want to have it separated, this part, this line here, with this part here, so I'm gonna make several layers. But yeah, Digimon, oh man. So at first I was a fan of Pokemon, back then when the first generation came out. And then came Digimon. And after that I was a Digimon fan. That was my phase. In terms of anime stuff, yeah, that was... At first I was a Pokemon fan, then it was Digimon. Then it was Dragon Ball. And then... I think then it was One Piece. And then it was Naruto and so on and so forth, and then I became... And at that point I was already a young adult. Like Fox says, just check. I sold an... I just checked. Ah, okay. I sold an old and even damaged card for over... for $40 a few years ago. If your cards are in good condition, they only retain and gain value. Yeah, I don't think that they lose value, so there's no problem with storing them for a longer time. And maybe I will get them and play with them at some point with some friends. I do have some friends that play Magic the Gathering. And also, you know, for nostalgia values, it's nice to still have them in a way. But yeah, I mean, I can actually show it to you from the distance. Sorry. If I turn around the camera, then you can see here on the shelf. Where's my finger? There's my finger. Here. And You can't see it very well because it's far away. I can't tell that, but there I have still my Pokemon and Digimon figures. I still like them a lot. Look at them every now and then and feel nostalgic. And sometimes they will be used as character representations of D&D games. Because I don't really have any good D&D figurines. And also, by the way, next to them are my animal figurines, and I love them a lot. And they're actually very useful for learning animal anatomy, because those ones that I have that are very good. They are very professionally made, and therefore their proportions aren't too far off, and they serve as good references. They are not super accurate, of course, so I still need to also use photos. But yeah. Kitty. Little kitty donut. Oh. Yeah, I'm glad that I didn't sell those. I sold a lot of stuff, a lot of toys from my childhood, and some of them I wish I kept, I do have to say, but at the same time, some other kids are gonna play with it, and that's good. I hope they haven't been thrown away at some point by some kind of parent. Sorry. Darkfox says, man, I'm making a card game, but it's so expensive to get illustrations for each card. Oh yeah, that... first of all, that's very cool. I didn't know that you were making a card game. What kind of card game is it? Like, is it inspired by some specific other kind of card game? What kind of illustrations are gonna be it? What would be the general rules of it? Also, as a kid, I also wanted to make my own card game. More inspired by Magic the Gathering. But I gave up that idea quite quickly. Because then I realized how much work it is to make all of these illustrations and trying to figure out the stats and so on and so forth, and then I gave up. Yeah, it's quite a lot of work. I had a lot of these kind of silly projects as a kid. I wanted to make a comic, and I did that several times. Back then it was more like Dragon Ball inspired comics, but with a very cringy story, I do have to say. Also I wanted to design a video game, like not like actually programming or anything, but just the basic design of it, making illustrations and concept art and stuff like that. That was inspired by a very unknown game, and actually kind of crappy game, but as a kid you don't even really know realize that. A game for the Xbox, you know, the original clunky Xbox, that was called Azuro, if I'm correct. And I wanted to make a game based on that, with different characters, with elemental powers and stuff like that, and you know. Like Sacrifox says, yeah, you play with dice and cards, have attacks and abilities depending on where the dice lands. And you play with 6 characters, so the strategy is to have an ability for each number of the dice. I used to draw Digimon cards to play with my sister too. Ah, I see. Oh, cool. It actually sounds very interesting. A combination with dice and cards. Very cool. Well, if you eventually get done with the game, then I certainly would like to try. And cool that you also used to draw Digimon cards. I didn't draw Digimon cards, but I designed a Digimon for myself at some point. I have no idea anymore how the design looked like. And it was me, just basically me trying to imitate the basic idea of the 3rd season, you know, when the kid also drew his dream Digimon and then it became reality. And then me as a dumb kid, I also want a Digimon. Maybe if I draw one myself, it comes true. Man, I was dumb. I mean, I never really believed that it will come alive, but no, it was a fun dream to have. So why not? But yeah, I love the 3rd season of Digimon Tamers. That was my absolute favorite. And I recently rewatched those series too. 1 to 3. I only watched until the 3rd season and finished watching that, and after that I didn't really continue watching Digimon. Because, you know, my Digimon phase was over. I moved on to Dragon Ball and stuff like that. What was even the 4th one called? Digimon Frontiers or something like that? I don't know. At some point I would like to try watching them too and see what those are about. But yeah. Man. So I rewatched the first 3 seasons of Digimon and enjoyed it quite a lot. Back then as a kid I didn't really enjoy the 2nd season all that much, and rewatching it, yeah, I still don't really enjoy it. There are some very good reasons why I didn't enjoy it as a kid, and I still don't enjoy it now. It's just the writing is so. I don't like it. I don't like some designs, and it's just. The 1st season is very fun. Also back then as a kid, I was also interested in Digimon because it was darker than Pokemon. You know, as a kid, it was the edgy side of me. It's like, yeah, Digimon actually die, and that's so cool. And like in Pokemon, you never have something like that. That's for babies. That was my thinking. Sacrifox says, I designed a few. I remember one called Koripurimon. We recreated episodes and even made our own season with my sister. We watched the movies and started making new cards. That's cool. That's very cool. Also, is Koripurimon supposed to mean something specific? Koripurimon. I don't know what's Koripuri. Yeah, I have no idea. Voicing these characters was cringy, but it was made. But it was made me get into voice acting. Ah, Digimon Tamers is my absolute favorite too. Ah, cool. I see. So that's how it started. Your fascination in voice acting. That's cool. I never did something like that. Like voiceover stuff as a kid. But surely sounds fun. Surely sounds like you had a lot of fun together with your sister. Not really, it just sounded Japanese enough at the time. I mean, it has Japanese syllables, so yeah. Kori puri. Kori. Koreru, koru. I think it could mean rolling, something round, rolling. Kori. Kori. And puri. Pretty could, I mean, I know at least I think I know that the short word for pudding is puri Japanese. So some kind of round, rolling around blob of pudding. If you designed it like that, then you were probably very accurate with your name. I could be wrong though. With my Japanese, I've become very rusty. Man, I'm slow at drawing right now. A bit distracted. And I'm overthinking these shapes too much right now. As I said, it doesn't really matter all that much. Because, after all, as you can see, it's gonna be very faint. Those kind of pictures are made under special conditions, where you can see the colors of the soap film of the bubbles at their full saturation and full contrast. And I don't even know how they make those pictures, but if you look at a bubble, you're not gonna see those colors at that intensity. It's just not how it's gonna be. Even in complete, like in the dark with a black background and proper lighting, you're probably not gonna see that. So it's more looking like this here, very faint and very transparent. And so in this case, it doesn't really matter all that much if I'm a bit messy with the pattern, because after all, it's mostly transparent anyways. You don't really notice it all that much. Sacrifices. Oh wait, the drawing is not showing. We only have the cat cam. Oh, thank you. I forgot to switch. Sorry about that. I mean, you didn't really miss all that much during the drawing process, and you were able to look at the kitty. Oh, that's good. But yeah, sorry about that. Thank you. Kitty's so sleepy. And got so high and crazy. And now she's so tethered out and exhausted. Little drug addict kitty. Druggy kitty. it's great that something like catnip exists. Oh yeah. It's totally fine for cats, it's totally safe, it's not like a damaging drug or anything like that, it just gets crazy and that's it. And at the same time, it doesn't really have an effect on us. So now I'm trying to paint those patterns on the smaller bubbles. But one thing I have to keep in mind is that just because the bubble is smaller doesn't necessarily mean that the pattern is gonna be shrink down at the same scale. Because the fluid dynamics are not gonna change, and so the pattern is still mostly gonna remain at the same scale, but more just simply more squished together. Let's maybe. I also have been rewatching the Pokemon series, or like actually watching, because you know I haven't been watching all the seasons up until now, and it's still going on. Hoko, now you're next to me. What are you doing here, Little boo. Don't wanna stay in front of the camera? Come on. Get up there again, huh? Maybe the blanket is still smelling nice? Like sniff sniff? Hmm? No. Come. Come. Oh, little boo. Aw. You're just sweet. Oh. I've been having a bit of an acne problem with her for quite a while, actually. On her chin, you can see there are some acne going on, and therefore also some small little injuries. And I've been trying to wash that chin on a regular basis, but it hasn't really been helping. And so recently, that's also actually the main reason why I ordered new cat food. I wasn't really running out, but I wanted to have some kind of at least some kind of disinfectant that is made for cats, or basically for pets. I don't really want to use the one that I use for myself, and it's not advised to do so. I've been also looking it up and confirmed that it's not a good idea. Hoko, you wanna cuddle with me? I understand. Little boo. But yeah, now I'm using the disinfectant, and I've been only been able to use it for 2 days at this point. I just got it recently, and hopefully it will improve with it now. She really doesn't like getting sprayed with it though, which is not a surprise. But yeah, I hope it heals soon too. I don't think it's painful or anything. She's not really constantly scratching her chin because of it or anything like that. It's just, you know, it would be still good if it would be gone. It's a bit more hygienic not having it. And also it doesn't look very nice, and especially if she appears in front of the camera, I don't want her to have a messed up chin. And also, I don't really want to watch her chin. I want to avoid it, but you know, I also want to scratch her chin, and it feels nice for her, you know? It'd be nice to be able to do that again. Okay, Hoko, go back up here. Alright, let's make it a bit more interesting staying up there again. Let's see. Ooh. Ooh. What's that? Meow meow. Meow meow. Ooh, 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 ooh. Meow meow meow. That. Meow meow. Ooh. Ooh. You understand now? Oh yeah. I don't want you to jump immediately onto it when I sprinkle it. So watch it as it comes out. Just a tiny little heal. We already saw that just a tiny amount is already enough. We still have so much left, and I have 2 more bags, which are probably even bigger than these little ones. So we're set for a long time, until I again have enough bonus points to get even more catnip, so we're not gonna run out anytime soon. I'm mostly gonna use this kind of stuff only on stream. Hoko, what are you doing? Oh, don't see that? You sniff? I just have to point it out. And once she does the first sniff, she can't stop. There we go. Getting crazy again. Now you stay up here, huh? She's trying to lick it. It's safe to. It's safe for her to do that, so it's fine. What is it? You're getting itchy? Alright. While she's doing that. I also want to check something. This pop-up for the socials, is it gonna pop up every time when I switch scenes? Yeah, it does. Oh well. So switching scenes apparently resets the timer. Also, something that I want to check myself is something else. Also, I just noticed that I forgot to post a kitty picture with my tweet. I always forget this. Alright. So the thing that I'm trying to figure out is how live stream thumbnails work. So looking at it right now for my for my other account is that the thumbnail is just showing a screenshot of the stream. Simple enough. And before I start streaming, the default thumbnail is just basically my banner. Now the question is that I have, if I upload a custom thumbnail for the event, for the scheduled event, so I don't have the boring banner but something more appropriate, something more interesting for the announcement. While the question is, while the stream is running, is it gonna show that thumbnail, the custom thumbnail, or is it gonna show a screenshot from the ongoing stream? Oh, Kitty's gone. Oh no. Because I actually want the stream, I wanted to show a screenshot of the stream, so people who are not watching right now and just see the thumbnail are actually seeing a little preview of what's going on during the stream and might get interested because of it. But if it's just showing the custom thumbnail, then I'm probably not gonna upload one of these. Also, something I want to do is make a new banner at some point. Don't exactly know how I want to design it, but at some point I would like to replace it because the design that I have is actually not very good. It's like too clustered. Too cluttered, that's the actual word. Not clustered, but cluttered. There, I make the same mistake again. I'm trying to make the texture smaller, but it's not how it works. Hoko? You're just sitting down there, you can come up here again. There we go. Silly boo. Are you done getting high? Meow meow. Oh, meow meow. Hey there, Gabriel. Welcome. How you doing? I'm doing fine, thank you. Didn't sleep all that much, but while I'm streaming I actually feel fine. To explain once again what I'm doing, because I should do that every now and then. I am making a drawing for the upcoming tutorial about bubbles. About soap bubbles, and also there will be underwater bubbles. And this one here is several bubbles joined together. If I hide the colors right now, and you can see sketched out a bunch of smaller bubbles sticking to larger ones. And the aim of the tutorial is going to be to explain how that works. So I am painting with a lot of 3, 2 and 1 dimensional shapes. And they are intersecting each other. And this drawing will appear in the tutorial itself. The plan is that I'm going to at first show very quickly how to sketch out a bubble like this. Like basically how to make a sketch like this one here. You're from Brazil? I see. Not the only person from South America here. It's kind of interesting that I seem to have a lot of people watching my streams that are from South America. I don't know why that is the case. It's interesting. It's not really that much of the case for my tutorial videos, because most people are from the USA and other English speaking countries. Yeah. Gabriel, I don't quite understand your question. Maybe because of the time zone? Yeah, that could be the case. But it's the same time zone for North America, so I normally have more viewers from North America, from the USA and Canada, so why are not more of those here and chatting with me with that? I don't know. And it's a decent time for Europe too. It's in the middle of evening. It's getting kind of late right now, so a lot of people are probably sleeping at this point in Europe. But well, I don't know. I don't really care anyways. I don't care from all too much from where people are coming. I mean, it's interesting. That's not what I'm trying to say. But you know, I appreciate you watching regardless of from which continent you're coming from. Like Fox says, oh wait, you're right. It's like an hour to 2 hour difference with North America. I mean, it depends on the on which country you are. North America is very wide, and the North America has like 4 different time zones, as far as I know. And they're overlapping with South America. They're basically on the same... what's it called? The same degree, angle, thingy, you know what I mean. Or is it actually not? How is it actually orientated? Now I need to look it up. I don't wanna say a bunch of nonsense and be completely incorrect. World time zones. Let's see. Oh, I'm very off. For some reason, I thought that South America is right below North America, but it's more like... It's actually closer to be below Greenland. And the overlapping time zones are just the east coast of... Yeah, there are only 2 time zones overlapping. Well, if you include Canada, then there are 3. But the westmost time zones are not in South America. I see. Well, I learned something new, and I'm a bit embarrassed that I didn't know these things. Oh well. What's interesting is that... Oh yeah. A lot of European countries have the same time zone. But then if you look at Africa below Europe, then you see that it's more cut up. Like more appropriately to the actual time zones that they are in. So yeah. Something like 8 PM in Spain is very, very different to 8 PM in, let's say, Hungary or something. Although they are in the same time zone, but the sun is gonna be about 2 hours apart in terms of height. Interesting. I actually could have shown that right now on the screen. I forgot about it. I'm sorry. Yeah. Over there it's about 5 PM. Let's see. Yeah, so I gotta remember that you're more in that time zone. Alright. Kitty is exhausted. So I think that I have to be careful about is that these bubbles are cut up spheres. So this edge here is not the same as this edge here from a bubble that is not cut up at that point. It would be more like this point here of the bubble probably, or like even further up actually. So the color is not the same. The angle is not the same. Need to keep that in mind. There's way too much yellow going on in here right now. gonna erase actually quite a lot here. But yeah, what are you working on right now, everybody? Some kind of creative project that is going on? Some drawing, painting, sculpting, crafting, whatever it is. So here in this case actually would be just the corners who have the yellow. I have to think about it. An album and learning to make orchestral music. Cool. But sounds very challenging, but also very cool. So you're trying to kind of maybe widen the range of musical styles that you're able to make. I gotta say also something that I like about the work that I'm doing right now is that I am not limited to just one specific style that I have to draw. Like for example, if I would be an animator for some kind of anime or cartoon, I would have to draw in the same style over and over and over again. But here I can just be creative and do whatever. I mean, for this kind of stuff I have to be more realistic, okay. But for example, for the animal tutorials, I can also go with a very cartoony style for some of the drawings, and as long as I still add some more realistic examples. But it makes sense to add some more cartoony ones too, because then I give a different kind of example, and it is beneficial for me to have a wide range of different styles that I can draw in. Lucky Fox says, yeah, I practiced hip-hop and orchestral. Oh, cool. Hip-hop too, I see. Well, yeah. A common question that that I get is what I would consider my art style. And the thing is, I don't really have a specific style that I would call my art style. But also at the same time, I don't feel the need of having one. I actually enjoy drawing in different styles all the time and trying out new different things. Sometimes I draw stuff in a more manga-like style, and then more realistic, and then more cartoony. And you know, I like being able to have a wide set of skills in general. And I'm not really all too professional in any of the individual skills. Maybe other than, like, you know, general drawing skills, because I practice those a lot. logically. But you know, I like being able to cook. I like being able to sew stuff. I like being able to craft stuff out of cardboard, out of wood, out of whatever. I like being able to do many different things. I like being able to also that's also my work. I like being able to film. I like to be able to edit my own videos and to audio editing and so on and so forth. I like having a lot of different skills and being self-reliant. Sacrifox says it's great to have that freedom while drawing. My style is too cartoony. Too cartoony? I wouldn't say anything is too cartoony. It's just your style. Sorry. It's a burpee again. The small bubbles would probably not have a lot of yellow on them, actually. I still feel the urge to make some music again, but I really need to focus on making the next tutorial video and just focusing on bubbles for now. Because this whole stuff is, like, especially with the texture stuff here, this is taking me way longer once again than I expected. I didn't know that I would have to do that much extensive research just for bubbles. But here we go. Oh, I also forgot. Yeah, I want to separate this here into its own layer, just to have an easier time later on. Oops, that was wrong. Cut and paste. There we go. Oh yeah, so that's the reason why I wanted to do that. Because I confused myself and thought that this bubble here is at the back, but it is not. It is at the front. So now I have to draw a pattern over this pattern. And this part here later on will get faded out quite a lot. But yeah, you said it very nicely, Sacrifox. It's great to have that freedom with drawing, and that I would say is the main point that I'm trying to get to, is to have that freedom, not being changed to one specific style because people expect you to draw only in that style. That's what you're known for. Or that's why you're hired. That's what you're hired for. but I have way more creative freedom. And that's something that I value quite a lot. Being able to do whatever I want. Might I be more successful if I draw only in, I don't know, only in Steven Universe style, or only in Sailor Moon style, or only in Dragon Ball style or whatnot? Maybe, probably, if I only draw cute girls, or if I only draw, you know, magical landscapes, or if I only draw this and that. People know much better what to expect from me. Probably they would be more likely to follow me. I would be much better in drawing that specific thing. But there are so many different things that I want to draw. And at some point it gets boring to draw the same thing over and over again, at least for me. I see some artists who for years and years do a very similar drawings and paintings over and over again. And that wouldn't be anything for me. I mean, if they enjoy it, then that's great. And they are very good at doing that exact thing. That exact style. But yeah. Fox says, in my case, few friends tell me that my music is very me. No matter the genre of music, and when someone commissions me, they say that I'm good at expressing and understanding what they want. Huh. I mean, that's good. It's good that you have a wide range that you can adjust to the commissions that you're getting. One thing is also, you know, money is an issue after all, and if I'm not getting fast enough to the point of sustaining myself through my tutorial work, then I might start taking commissions and stuff like that. But the thing is, because I have such a wide set of skills that I learned through my work, I am able to take also a very wide range of different commissions. I can take commissions, well, first of all, people could commission me straight away for some kind of tutorial. Which, I mean, it would be a bit more expensive because it's quite a lot of work, but it's an option. People can commission me for emotes. I'm learning how to draw those and getting better at that. Maybe some people want me to make some kind of simple, cute animation. For some avatar, for some profile picture maybe, something like that. That could be an option. I can make some very normal drawings too, of some kind of some kind of illustration, some kind of concept art maybe too. And so on and so forth. Oh yeah, and also like not Dragon Ball, D&D tokens I could also make, because I made a few for myself and my friends in the past. So yeah, because of that I have a lot of options. So yeah, when I increase the opacity right now, this part here is looking very messy right now. That's just how it is. I'm gonna leave out that part. Maybe I actually should isolate. Nah, it doesn't matter. So now I'm gonna add more colors. And it's gonna get messier and messier. And more complicated. But that's how it is. So this bright yellow well, now I want to have a color that is strongly contrasting with that yellow. Makes it easier for me. A lot of this, for example this, well that's actually, how did I do it in here? It's this palette. Oh, let's go for the blue actually, yeah, the blue. Like it says, to sustain yourself online you have to be able to make a variety of things. I've fixed sound for my friends' projects and I've recorded sound effects for friends' animations. Yeah, that's a good strategy for online work, being able to do many different things. Like I recently did a commission for a friend of mine of making Taekwondo related illustrations of different techniques and poses. Didn't really had to do anything to do with that kind of stuff, but I can adjust to it. And because I learned how to draw different things and adjust to it. Actually, let me do something different. I'm gonna go ahead and reduce it so that... let me do this. I'm right now experimenting a little bit. Let's make some kind of gradient here. Because I only want the outermost edges to be this bright yellow. And the inner colors should be more saturated. I'm not so sure if I'm actually going to be able to finish this drawing this stream, which is a bit of a bummer. But I'm making this very extensive and therefore takes quite some time, but that's just how it is. I want to have some very good looking drawings for the tutorial. So the idea is then that later I will make the pattern stretching into the yellow and vice versa from this gradient. So far it's quite an interesting looking pattern. See what I'm gonna make with it. Thank you. Looks cool, it looks kinda pretty, but so far it's not very accurate, and that's an important factor after all. So now I'm gonna use the blue. And it has a better contrast now with the orange, this like more saturated orange than this bright yellow. Makes it also easier for me to make these shapes. Now, once I establish this kind of like a main frame for the shapes, this first little frame here, the later parts are gonna be kind of like a puzzle where I need to let these shapes fit in together and make new shapes that reach further into the middle. one important thing that I have to keep in mind is that I want to have all the curves very round. I want to avoid sharp corners as much as possible. So there's not gonna be a lot of blue stretching all the way to the edge, because it's supposed to be mostly this bright yellow. So these gaps will be more filled out with orange and maybe a bit of magenta, but that's about it. As you can see, I don't really have a red in here, because red is, as I can see in its color distribution, red is often a color that is quite scarce. Here you can see the density is not that high, and also it has a drop in saturation here. You know what? You know, that kind of stuff, by the way, is something that makes me really excited to make the tutorial, because it's this kind of like cool sciencey kind of stuff that you know, is just very fascinating to me, and you really don't normally see in some kind of art tutorial. And yeah, I'm looking forward to explain what this stuff is here about. Kind of the same way with the simulations that I showed in the water drop tutorial. By the way, there will be also another simulation for the bubbles too, to explain a different phenomenon. Also looking forward to show off that too. Oh yeah. You know, there is some kind of aesthetic to this kind of this kind of complexity, like this here, like this data, all of this data, all of this. No, I don't know how to explain it. It's the same way of like looking at a bunch of math and it looking impressive. Like when I did when I studied physics and had to do a lot of math, when I just leaned back for a moment and looked at all the formulas and all the calculations and so on that I did often for some kind of math problems that I did, then I always thought to myself, oh, that looks so cool. Just looking at it in general, not really thinking about what it actually is supposed to say. It's kind of cool looking to me, and I don't exactly know why. And I remember as a kid that I also had that sort of thing. Where, in particular, as a kid, I had Mickey Mouse comics. You know, these little booklets, and there is a large series of this, and we had a couple of them. And there was one story in particular that I really liked just looking at. Because it was some kind of story, I have no idea what exactly the story was about. And back then I also didn't really care about it. It was something that was related to rockets. You know, rockets that go up in space, you know? And in that story there were a lot of these how to say, I think there were these girders, like this kind of metal skeleton constructions, you know, that towering up like for some kind of construction work, you know, it's kind of like you know, let me, you know, this kind of pattern. And I drew this pattern over and over again as a kid and had cranes and made a lot of them next to each other, and like it was very complex and had a lot of different shapes and looked cool, and there was a rocket, and I was fascinated by it as a kid for some reason. I don't like, it was just a phase too. It was just for a while, and then I wasn't that interested in that particular style anymore. But yeah, I think it is something very similar. I'm thinking about it, it seems silly, but I guess maybe it makes sense why I was so interested in that. Just this weird fascination with complexity, but you know, the kind of complexity that is still somewhat easy to understand. Or it's just looking pretty, you know, it's just well, no, right now I'm actually saying nonsense. I don't know. I don't even know what I'm saying. It just looks cool to me, that's it. Not really much of an idea why exactly, but it doesn't matter. Complex enough to amaze you, but not enough to not being able to understand it. Yeah, I guess so. But also, complexity that I'm not able to understand is still fascinating to me. So, but the sad was actually nonsense. It was not really true. Complexity that I'm not able to understand, I have a different issue with it, and just it was back then during my physics studies. That was the problem for me. Too much complicated kind of complexity. Yeah, because there's a difference between the words complex and complicated. Something can be very complex, but easy to understand. But complicated doesn't need to be complex. Often they are, but it's not always the case. No, I also feel like making more geometrical drawings again. I have already a lot of ideas for the next special drawings for the tutorials. For the bubble tutorial, I already have an idea, and I had that idea for a couple of months actually, and I'm looking very much forward to draw it. It's gonna be very cute. And then I also have an idea for the water splash tutorial. I also want to make it for somebody specific. Looking forward to how they are going to react to it. But then after that, I think I have an idea for waterfall tutorial, the waterfall special drawing. That is not going to be for somebody specific. It's just going to be a painting and that's it. And I would like to add some architecture to it. I'm not going to talk about the idea in detail right now because I'm still thinking about it, and also I don't want to spoiler it too much. So yeah. And what I can say is something that is also weirdly fascinating me is architecture, but you know, modern architecture, skyscrapers and stuff like that, malls and so on, but them being deserted and overgrown with nature, like when nature has conquered the cities back, as you could say. It's kind of like, you know, the kind of case when people are gone, similar to, you know, the areas around Chernobyl look like, and stuff like that, or Fukushima, where at this point a lot of it is just already overgrown with plants. And it's weirdly fascinating to me, and I can't exactly say why, but I would like to make paintings in that kind of with that kind of theme. Yeah, it's beautiful in a way. You know, there are a lot of things that make me frustrated about humanity, and it gives me some peace of mind to know that eventually nature is going to survive and conquer it all back. And I love the beauty of nature. And that is something very easy to understand. Yeah, so in particular, nature conquering like conquering back that what has turned ugly and turning it back, making it beautiful again. I guess you could describe it like that. I don't know. Fox says, it reminds me of how insignificant we are as a species. In some way, it gives me hope that we won't take the Earth down with us. Yeah. I mean, I don't think that the Earth will go down with us either we are going to learn finally how to live in harmony with the nature, or you know, we're gonna screw it up and then nature is gonna take it all back. Those, I think, are the most likely scenarios for the far future. How exactly these scenarios are gonna play out, I have no idea. And there are many different possibilities. But there's also not really too much of a use to think about it too much. You know, that's kind of depressing. Oh yeah. I think you could design a cover for an album. Depends on how that cover is supposed to look like. What I would be supposed to draw. Technically, yes. It's just basically making a painting, drawing of some kind. In a certain composition, in a square, I guess. Many things can work as an album cover though, and I have no experience with making album covers whatsoever. If that is supposed to be potentially a commission from you or something like that, I guess we can talk about it in private. Although, as I said, I don't really take commissions right now. That commission that I took from a friend for the Taekwondo thing was kind of like more like an exception, and I rather focus on my tutorial work right now. And it would be nice if I wouldn't have to rely on commissions, but you know, I for smaller projects I can totally make an exception. Like I says, looking at the bubbles before you fade the colors, it gave me inspiration to make music. I mean, this is, you know, this kind of psychedelic pattern, and I guess it can be inspiring in a way, I don't know. Also, I have not really any idea how you would supposed to draw those kind of patterns with traditional media, like with colored pencils or oil paints or watercolors. That would work so differently. And I might attempt it at some point, at least with colored pencils or something, but you would have to go at it from a very, very different angle. Like, you cannot just paint all of these super intense colors right away and make all of these patterns. Like, you already have to plan out that it's gonna look very faded out. You have to work with very dark colors, or apply only very little color, and yeah. You can't just post-process it and just fade out the middle. Like tribal and psychedelic, yeah, I guess so. That kind of pattern is also fascinating because it's not just for soap bubbles, but these kind of flowing shapes and patterns appear in many other areas in nature. Just simple ocean ripples and waves can have similar patterns. The pattern on gas planets are very similar. If you look at Jupiter, for example, you see some similarities. And many other things. It's very fascinating. And again, I can't wait to talk about that kind of stuff in the tutorial. Yeah. Just making this music of Paper Mario reminds me of my ongoing Paper Mario playthrough, which still is far from being done. I haven't really been doing a lot of progress. I haven't really been doing a lot of playing in general. But it's still enjoyable. With all of these colors, it's kind of hard to keep track of the bubble shapes. So sometimes I have to stop and think about, okay, how is this shaped now? Like, where are the intersections? And yeah, I'm definitely not gonna be able to finish this painting today on stream. I'm very slow right now. Taking a lot of time. I'm probably overdoing it right now, as I tend to. But you know, it's still kind of fun to make these patterns. It's something I don't have to think about too much. I can just relax and just paint more and more of these improvised shapes. That's also something. These kind of patterns are kind of hard to understand, kind of complicated, but also fun to paint. Because again, you have a lot of freedom with how you want to shape it. You have to follow some guidelines so it doesn't just look some kind of mess, some randomized mess. But then, it's quite enjoyable. And yeah, I'm probably gonna finish this painting off stream and post the final result later on social media. Because I don't wanna do this again, and like I don't want to have a week in between until next stream to continue this painting. Probably next week is gonna be the third animation. Oh, happened again. Program is bugging out. So I need to save everything. The pen is not working, so that's why. Need to save everything, close the program, open it again, and continue. And we're back. Kind of looks especially cool if you look at it from afar. You gotta go? Alright. It was a lot of fun talking with you. Have a good one. See you next time. Gotta say, this upbeat music is helping me a lot staying awake. I feel a little bit of the tiredness, but I'm still doing fine. And the streaming is helping me to stay awake longer because I don't wanna go to bed right now. I mean, it's in the middle of the night, but how my current sleep cycle is working is that I normally go to bed about when the sun is rising. And if I sleep at some time that is not my current sleep schedule, not my current sleep cycle, then I get completely messed up. Like if I go to bed and sleep for a while during midnight time or something like that, then first of all I will only be able to sleep for 1 or 2 hours until I wake up again. And when I try to go to bed next time, it's gonna be even more messed up. So it's gonna probably shift my whole sleep schedule again a couple of hours, and then it will be changed to me going to bed during noon, which I even more want to avoid. Right now, there are basically two different sleep schedules that I like to have, and that is one that where I am awake really early in the morning, so like before 6 a.m. even, or around that time. And when I am awake all night and I go to bed at early in the morning, like 7 a.m. or something like that. And there are several factors, but first of all, being awake during a time when also my friends are awake. To be precise, my friends here in Austria are real life friends. Yeah, also now that I think of it, I actually should separate this pattern too, because it should continue. Underneath it, okay. Working with a lot of layers right now. It's a rather complex shape after all. So now I'm gonna do this here. Stretch this shape further inwards until I touch with this intersection here. It's gonna be a very garbled mess of colors on top of each other, but later when I fade out the colors, it's gonna be much better looking. And again, I try to be more accurate. I gotta do stuff like this. No, that's actually wrong, because there are those small bubbles too. Not the easiest. Pattern is not the easiest. Let's delete this here. Think about it again. I wonder how many art streamers are painting something similar to that. What I'm painting right now. A bubble, a soap bubble. I imagine it's not the most common thing. Doesn't mean that I'm special or anything, it's more means that I'm kind of weird in comparison. Oops. Wrong layer. Made a mistake again. There, I mistook this line here for the intersection of this small bubble, but it's actually this line here. Need to remind myself to change my sitting position every now and then. Because while streaming, I always tend to forget about that for some reason. Oops. I also need to continue this pattern over here, it's not cut off. back to blue. The nice thing is you don't exactly how to follow the colors that you see in your reference for those kind of bubble patterns, because there are so many different color combinations apparently. I still don't exactly know if it depends on the camera it's taken or if there was a lot of post-processing and like making the colors even more saturated and stuff like that. I don't know how much that played a role in these pictures that I use as reference. But if you feel like changing the colors, it's not too big of a problem to do so. I mean, you do have to follow some kind of gradient, you know, like you want to have like a gradient from yellow to orange and magenta and so on and so forth, and then blue, and not just jump from yellow to blue and then orange all of a sudden and then green, and like that doesn't make any sense. But you can reduce certain colors of that gradient. For example, I can just totally go ahead and reduce the magenta very strongly or the red, and just have like mostly this yellow orange color and a lot of blue, and in the center it will be cyan mostly, probably. But I reduced, like I barely use green or red. And therefore focus it more on the blue and orange and yellow, which are complementary colors, so they fit in very nicely together. And I can use that. So I kind of think I want to try to establish that I mostly focus on those colors that you can see right now. And the other colors, the later ones up here, will be more accent colors rather than the main colors. We'll see. Hey Alyssa, how are you doing? You're doing good? It's good to hear. I'm doing well. A bit tired because I didn't sleep all too well. But I'm doing fine otherwise. And I'm doing some progress, although it's going quite slow, but it's okay. As long as the end result looks nicely. This is as much as I did so far. A lot of complicated looking patterns, and I'm overdoing it a little bit. But oh well, that's what I do. Always overdoing it and underestimating the time it's gonna take me. Yep. Hoko. Come on, stay up here, hmm? Hoko is very happy because she got catnip twice. Maybe you'll get it a third time today. Hmm? Alyssa says, this is really cool drawing. How long have you been working on this? Well, the entirety of the stream. You should... I think on YouTube you're able to see for how long I've been streaming. So, yeah, that. I mean, subtract a little bit because I'm also doing a lot of talking and I took a short break in between too. And also, Cat is interrupting me sometimes. Cat wants to cuddle next to me. But then people cannot see you. That's not fair. Oh, you're so cute. Come on. Show everybody how cute you are. Almost 5 hours. Yeah, almost 5 hours. If you would adjust it, then it's more like 3 to 4 hours. Whoops, sorry I bumped into the mic. I hope that wasn't too loud. I mean, the volume is fine, but it's still a sudden noise. Oh, your butt. Oh, your butt. I'm sorry. And it's too fun. Play around with your butt. Rah! Rah! Patch. Patch, patch. Ba 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 ba. You're so floof. You're such a floof. Wow. I'm probably not gonna stream for that much longer. I'm not going to be able to finish this because well, let me actually show you. I had to close it before reopening it. Alyssa says, the thing is that I learned how to draw from your channel. I can't wait to follow the tutorial you're preparing for. Ah, that's great. So, and this is the research and practicing stuff and blah blah that I've been doing so far. The bubbles, and I want to make a painting of one of these intersecting bubbles. And the complicated thing is the pattern. The soap bubble texture, very colorful. But the thing is, it's in the end it's gonna look more like this here, very faded out. But I still want to be accurate, and so what I'm doing here with my digital media, which enable me to do a lot of things, is to paint very detailed pattern like this. Not that detailed, otherwise I will be sitting on this painting forever. But a bit more detailed than what I've been doing so far on here. And yeah, that's the plan. And it's taking a lot of time. And there are also a lot of colors involved, so right now I'm just applying basically just yellow, orange and blue, which are complementary colors, so it's like very easy to make these shapes, and they're contrasting each other very, very well. And I want to have these two colors as my main colors, because you have some freedom with choosing your colors. And those two, like this color combination is looking very nice, very pretty. They fit in very well because they're complementary colors after all. And I used it to my advantage. The main focus of this painting is, however, not the texture, and that will be a separate painting where I'll focus more on that. And that's also gonna take me a long time. But yeah, I want to make another one that is as detailed as these ones here. And this painting is supposed to focus more on the geometry aspect of these bubbles that are joined together, because it has a lot to do with spheres and circles and lines that are arranged in a specific way. And I will explain that in the tutorial. I could explain some things here and there right now, but first of all, I don't feel quite yet confident enough. And also, you know, there's gonna be a tutorial about it relatively soon, so there's that. And so, what have you been working on? Or maybe, what would you like to work on soon? What are some of your ideas? This color pattern makes it kind of difficult to distinguish the individual bubbles from each other. This looks very messy. But I guess you can kinda tell. Kinda. Maybe. So I need to fill out this one here. Melissa says, I've been working on this Bob Ross inspired drawing with a lake and a sunset. That sounds lovely. And also, painting along with Bob Ross sounds especially lovely. Oh yeah. I would like to do more landscape related to topics too in the future. I'm getting a lot of practice in because of the special drawings that I'm doing. They are making me draw and paint stuff that I normally don't draw. Which is very good. And with enough experience I could... I know. Maybe in the future make a tutorial about how to draw mountains. I mean, a lake or something like that will be in the one of the upcoming videos anyways, about water. Lakes have water in them, so quite fitting. I like your channel, the drawings are very nice and I love that you research. Oh, that's very nice of you to say. Thank you. I'm trying my best. And the downside of me doing all of this research and trying to be super accurate and extensive is that there's a large time gap in between tutorials. And I can't help it, it's just how it is. But I talked about it before in this stream here, but I rather have fewer videos, but I'm satisfied with them. Like, I have videos that are done, they're finished. Everything in them is accurate enough. It is good. It is well researched. The paintings are looking fine and right. I've been explaining things in a decent way, in a comprehensible way, and I don't feel the need of ever redoing that tutorial. I do feel that need for some older ones, and you know, it took me a while to get to that realization that I rather should like be more detailed with my work rather than just trying to throw out as many tutorials as possible, because that's not really the key. And not the point either. And these streams are kind of supposed to be filler content, but I also really enjoy streaming. And the more I stream, I realize the more also that I enjoy streaming. Do you like to draw people? Kinda, yes. I mean, it depends very strongly. Of course, if it's just some random person or somebody whom I like, and what kind of setting this person is supposed to be. But yeah, in general I do. but it's still gonna be a while until I really focus on making human anatomy tutorials. Huckle, hello there. Because first of all, I do enjoy drawing animals and nature and stuff like that more than humans. I do have to say. Then second of all, everybody's drawing humans. The most common type of drawing tutorials is about human anatomy. And then I'm just gonna be one of the many ones. So also in terms of like a strategy to success, quote unquote, it's probably not the best thing for me to do. Oh, Huckle. Sniff sniff? Are you smelling the catnip? I sprinkled some catnip on the blanket before. She has been going crazy. There might be some smell remaining. Yeah, she is cute. Alyssa says, your videos are really calming. That's nice to hear. I do want to establish more of a calm atmosphere. Kind of like Bob Ross, after all. He has been a very huge inspiration for me. Although I'm not trying to copy him, I still want to do my own thing. Lisa says he's a huge inspiration for me too, but I'm not very good at landscape drawings. Well, you gotta start somewhere, and every artist wasn't very good at it at first. That's just how it is. If you keep painting, then you're bound to improve. That's just how it is. That's how it works. Oh, kitty meow. You're so pretty. Pretty kitty. You know, sometimes I just stop, look at my cat, and just feel blessed. Because I have such a pretty kitty. I'm very grateful that I have you. Or rather, that you have me, because I am your property and not the other way around. Isn't that right, little princess? No, her name is not Princess. I just call her that. Want to know her name? Let's see if Nightbot is working. Let's test it. Yeah. Should be able to find out by typing in !cat. Then you get a description of her name. However, Nightbot tends to not work on the YouTube side. It works just fine on Twitch, but for some reason they are not able to figure it out properly on YouTube. So here, this message is what's supposed to show up when you type in that command. And Nightbot is supposed to write it, and not me. But oh well, there you go. She's called Hoko. You had the cat named Princess. A very fitting name for a cat, after all. Oh, you boo. Oh, welcome back, Psycho. Didn't expect that you would be back so soon. Alyssa asks, do you like to paint or just draw? That's kind of a difficult question to ask, since I mostly just do digital art. And there's not really not a clear distinction between painting and drawing digitally. Like for traditional media, it's pretty simple. You draw with pencils and pens and stuff like that, and you paint with brushes and paint. Whereas, you know, here it's just pixels. Or maybe vectors, alright, but that's about it. But in general, I do enjoy both. Like in a digital sense, painting, like you can make a distinction of this is a drawing, this is a sketch, outlining is drawing. You have narrow pens, very sharp pencils and pens, whereas filling out textures. Why am I not seeing? Because there we go. and filling in textures and paint and colors is more painting. Making landscapes and not really following lines, but just splashing down shapes with colors is more like painting, digital painting, I suppose. And I do have to say, I enjoy both. I can't really pick a favorite, actually. I like painting landscapes and backgrounds and plants and all that stuff, but I also would like to draw and be like a bit more precise with the shapes and draw lines. Yeah. It's different aspects of those two ways to make art that kind of satisfy, are feeling satisfying. But yeah, I think if it's more about traditional art, traditional drawing and painting, I don't really have that much experience with painting, actually. I did some watercolor paintings in the past, and also some sumi-e paintings, the traditional ink washing technique. But not all too much. It has been mostly drawing, actually. Just drawing with a pencil. That's about it. Or colored pencils. I would like to learn more about traditional painting. But first of all, I don't really have the time for it. I'm mostly used to digital media, and I would really have to get used to the traditional tools in order to paint or draw something that looks somewhat decent. And also, of course, the techniques are very different. So probably would also have to look up a lot of tutorials and experiment a lot in order to figure things out myself. I do draw every now and then, traditionally I mean, with pencils. Basically when I sometimes go out for a walk, and then sometimes I sit down with some paper and my pencils and draw something. Mostly just for practice purposes, whatever the current topic that I'm researching is. I'm just trying to draw that. Or, for example, when I am waiting in a waiting room of a doctor, which can sometimes take quite a lot of time. And that's a good opportunity to draw with pencils. I used to take my tablet with me and draw, the one that I'm drawing on right now. But I can't really do that anymore because the battery is gone. It's literally gone. I had to remove it. Because, you know, it has been turning into a fire hazard. A potential one. Yeah. So nowadays I just have some paper and pencils with me and draw when I have the opportunity. When I'm outside or at somewhere else. Oh no, yeah, it was an issue with my tablet, but now it's fine. I mean, the battery is gone, so it cannot set my tablet aflame anymore. But the thing is just simply I have to leave it plugged in all the time to the power outlet. The moment I disconnect it, it's just gone. And also nowadays I just leave it connected to my PC, which I found out how to do way later. The thing is also that, you know, I knew from the beginning that was possible to connect my tablet to the PC and use it basically as a screen, but also with the ability to draw on it. So I have a Cintiq Companion, which is a tablet with like its own kind of computer, but can act as a normal Cintiq, a normal drawing screen. If you connect it to the PC and you have an extra cable for that kind of purpose. And I tried to do that and connected the cable and tried some things, but I couldn't get it to work, and I properly installed the drivers and stuff like that, and yeah, it just didn't work. And I thought, just okay, maybe it's malfunctioning, the tablet is maybe malfunctioning, the drivers are not working, or the cable, and I've been mostly suspecting the cable not working, and that I would need to replace it. And I just, you know, those kind of cables are also not really cheap, so I didn't really want to replace it, and therefore I never really used it on the PC. Then at some point I tried it again. I don't even know why exactly, what gave me the idea. I don't even remember where I heard it from, but somewhere I got the idea of just simply, when I have the tablet connected to the PC, I turn on my tablet and just send it towards sleep mode, and then it should work. And lo and behold, it does. It was never explained in any kind of manual, at least not properly, so that I was able to understand it. And I've been looking for the manual. I am pretty sure that I remember doing that. But I think it was maybe some kind of YouTube video or some blog. I don't even know. Some tech blog maybe. And then so, I think about 3 years after using this tablet, I finally found out that I can actually connect it to my PC. And therefore harness the power of my PC, the CPU and the GPU, which are far superior than what I have in the tablet. I wish I found out earlier, but oh well. That's just how it is. And so I just leave it connected to my PC all the time. I do not have any range anymore, and I do not use its tablet functionality anymore. It's just basically a normal Cintiq for me. But it served its purpose as a tablet. And as I said, I looked in the description and it says some of the music is by you. That's awesome. Yeah, like, the stuff that's playing right now is not by me. I I mean, it's clearly written by whom it is. You have, for example, here it's Popsky. It's by Popsky. And so you can easily find out. Now it's Thunderscott. And if you're interested in those artists, then you can just also type in their name with an exclamation mark, for example, as exclamation mark Thunderscott, exactly how you see it written on top of my stream, and then you are able to get some short description and a link to their work. So if you're interested in their music, then that's something you can do. And so the music that I'm using for the stream is just the one that I'm using for the starting soon screen. I can switch over to it real shortly. That's the one. It's the only music on my stream that I have made myself. The music in my tutorials has been made entirely by myself. Everything you hear and see is by me. It's not really that impressive of a music at all, but I still like that, you know, I made it. And first of all, I do not have to worry about any kind of copyright claims and stuff like that. I don't have to credit anybody during my tutorials, and I take some kind of pride of having it made myself. And also it's enjoyable to make music. I've been enjoying it. Alyssa, oh no, what happened? What happened? Me switching to the starting soon screen? This was... I'm not able to talk during the starting soon screen because I don't have the microphone on that scene. Because I'm not supposed to talk, it's the intro, but I'm back. But I hope everything is alright and on your side. Okay. Yeah, alright. Maybe in the future I'll have some music of mine also in this regular stream playlist. The thing is, making music is a very time-consuming process, and I'm not good at it. I barely know anything about music theory. I do not have a trained ear. So it's a very slow process for me. Can't see the finished results? Oh, I'm glad to hear that. You will be able to see it. Like this one, I'm not able to finish it today during the stream. It's once again taking me way longer than expected. But that's okay. I will finish it off stream. And post it on social media, you know. You can also find it in the description. So I will post it most likely on Twitter and in the community tab of my YouTube channel. Psychophax, it would be awesome to hear, yeah. If I get there someday, if I have more music produced. Yeah, there are so many things that I would like to do, but for now I really have to focus on the tutorials and make sure that, you know, I get my channel somewhere. It's still very far away. from a comfortable place where I can just simply sustain myself from my YouTube work. I mean, I'm not even partnered with YouTube. So, yeah. I don't even have the ability to make music for YouTube. Just have Patreon and that's it. Like a Fox says, if you need advice on music theory, I can help you with that. I might even make you a tutorial if you don't mind my accent. That's very kind of you. Very nice of you. I appreciate the offer, but it's just I tried it a lot of times with in different ways, and just found out that I mean I could learn music theory if I really invest enough time into it. I'm sure that I would be able to train myself to learn how music works and distinguish notes from each other, chords from each other, and so on and so forth, and learn what naturally works. But the thing is, the time investment is what is especially off-putting for me, because again, I don't really have that much time, and it's not that important that I make a lot of music. I mean, I do already have some music. I would like to have a few more tracks just to have some variety, but I am satisfied with what I have right now, and it's anything more than that would just be a hobby production, and it's fun and I would like to do that, but when I have more time, you know, when I can afford to focus more on music. And the thing is, it takes me longer to produce music because I don't know music theory, but I can still do it and I can still make something decent sounding. And with more experience, I also probably improve some skills in that regard too. And if you would compare the time investment that for learning music theory compared to how much longer it takes me to make music, then probably learning music theory properly is going to take me longer than just the extra time that I need for making music. It's not that much. It's just basically, you know, on the in the program where I put down the notes, I just have to puzzle around a bit and see, okay, what is now sounding right, what is the note that I'm searching for. The normal process, and I've been explaining before, is I just record myself and just recording myself singing some melody or some beat, and I try to match that recording with the notes later, and I just need to find the notes, and I don't naturally know which notes I'm singing, but I can kind of like, I can hear which notes are working with each other and which don't. That's all there is to it. And everything else, the mixing, the filters that you can use in the programs and so on and so forth, and the instruments, and figuring out how they work, that's something I can learn, or I actually have learned at least partially, and there are tutorials out for that, and it's not that complicated. It's just basically like learning any other kind of program. not all too different from me for like learning how to edit a video and stuff like that. Alright, let's see. Mostly done with the blue. Let's maybe put down more blue over here. The next thing that I'd like to learn about making music is how to make a good sounding retrowave track. There are some good tutorials that I found about how to set up your instruments to sound kind of retro wavy. I'm looking forward to make music with that. Psychophax says, I mean, there are only 12 notes. The next note on a melody or chord has to be one of those. I know a few tricks, everything I know I can teach. Hope to hear more of your music when you make more. I mean, yeah, basically it's just 12 notes and in different octaves. But you know, I even had an app that was a very, very good app actually, and I even paid money for it because it was that good. And even with that, I still had problems with learning, like acquiring a musical ear for that, and it still takes a lot of practice. Alyssa says, alright, it was fun to be here, but I gotta go eat dinner. Bye, have an amazing day. Have an amazing day too. It was nice to have you here. And enjoy your dinner. I also am getting quite hungry slowly but surely. But I still would like to do a little bit more progress. At least add one more color. At least that. Right now I want to add a bit more blue because I want it to be a very dominant color. Thank you, Psychofox. I mean, if you look closely, you can actually kind of distinguish the shapes. If you even turn off that outlining, you can kind of tell, I suppose, if you look closely. Like there, you have the centers of the blue. But yeah, let's see how it will look at the end. I also have to say that my voice is getting exhausted slowly but surely. I've been talking quite a lot. That's just how it is. A thing I should remind myself of is to warm up my voice before streaming. Either right before I stream or the day before, probably even better than that. Can you take a screenshot? Sure. I can surely do that. I mean, I will post this, like the progress I did during the stream, also on social media. So you will be able to find that picture too on there. Yeah. Hope this was enough time to take a screenshot. Let me also thing. Next color, I want it to be the center color for the cyan. Okay, great, thanks. Alright, wonderful. And this color here. I could just blotch in some color, but here at this stage it is important to already figure out the shapes. And for these areas here in between, there will be some magenta. And over here, like at the very center, I might have also some green. Or like this in-between blue. I don't know a proper name. This is marine blue, this is cyan, this is the in-between blue. Sacrifox says, you make quite long streams. You should have a small snack nearby. Maybe something not too crunchy or messy. Like a milkshake or something. Yes. But also, I don't like having snacks. Because then my... maybe it sounds a bit silly, but I always want to have clean teeth. I had some issues with my teeth a while ago, and ever since then I've been kind of overly safe with my oral hygiene. And so when I eat, then I want to be able to brush my teeth very soon after that. Mostly right after that, and I can't do that during a stream. So if I eat something and it will still take me 2 or 3 hours or something like that in order until I finish the stream, then I have my mouth unclean for all that time, and it's gonna upset me. And so it's gonna upset me because, but also, you know, it's. Dentists advise you to always brush your teeth after a meal. And if I constantly eat, then I would have to constantly brush my teeth. So what I normally do is I just have very few meals during the day. Or if I have a snack, then it's either right shortly before or shortly after I had a large meal. That's basically my quote-unquote strategy. And I have very large meals. Like really large. I can eat a lot at once, which you normally would not think just by looking at me, but yeah, my stomach has quite a lot of capacity. Which you can train, and I just kind of accidentally trained myself to do that and to have a stomach that can hold a lot of food at once without, you know, trying to get rid of it the same way it came from. But yeah, I do have a lot of very long streams. Yeah. But first of all, I just simply enjoy streaming. And so time just runs by. It just really is flowing by very quickly, way quicker during my streams. Which is also an indication of me having fun. And also, it takes some time and effort to prepare the streams and prepare myself for the stream mentally and all that stuff. And when I do that, I want it to be worth it. Not just to have a 2-hour stream, but more like 3.5 or 4-hour stream at least. Like if I says, oh, if I eat too much in one meal, I get too sleepy. That's something I also notice, that if I eat a lot, then suddenly I get sleepy right after. And normally it's also not advised to eat something right before you go to bed. And I tried to find out a specific reasoning for that, but I wasn't really able to find anything. It's just some people, you know, have problems falling asleep. That's just how it is. But what's the reason? Why is that the case? Like, how does it work? Why would my digestion system care about whether or not I'm sleeping? And wouldn't it be beneficial to, you know, digest your food while you're sleeping? Because you don't have to be active. You're not active right now. You're doing nothing else, so you might as well just digest food. Whereas when you're awake, you're doing other stuff, and you're digesting food at the same time. That's a lot of effort, and you know, yeah, I don't know. But digestion is complicated, I suppose. I don't really notice a change of quality of sleep myself when I eat something right before I go to bed. I cannot fall asleep when I'm hungry. That's obvious. But yeah, man, I'm slow. God. This is now something that I have to avoid, not doing all this little detail work, or do it much quicker, you know? Don't take that freaking long, dude. And here and there will be some small spots, larger details, with colors that seem to be out of place. So here and there I might drop in some magenta or some orange. Because these well, what I can explain it. I will explain it also during the tutorial, but yeah, well, first of all, Sakovox says that which depends on your metabolism. I can't sleep if I'm hungry or thirsty. Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, the colors are not just random, but what they are supposed to be are different thicknesses of the soap water film. So that has to do with thin film physics. A film, so this bubble has a film. It's just a gas. It's just a gas, probably air, most likely. And it's surrounded by soap and water. The soap kind of is encasing the water. And you have a thin layer, this kind of sandwich of soap and water is forming a thin layer that is quite flexible and surprisingly sturdy. And those colors are just different thicknesses of this thin film. Because how it works is the light that is shining on the bubble is most likely a white color, so sunlight or something like that. Is shifting is like getting reflected by the thin film, first of all directly, but also, well, let me illustrate it. So it is a thin film, there's the light coming in, actually as a wave, and it's getting reflected on the top layer. So this is the outside, and this is the inside where you have the bubble is like curved, you know? And there's water and soap. But also, part of it is going through it and then getting reflected on this side here. And depending on the thickness, this distance here is different. The shift of the phase, like here you have the mountain, but over here you have the mountain. It is shifted, as you can see. And the shift depends on the thickness of this layer. And different thicknesses will then result in different colors, because these will be added together because they're very, very close to each other, these waves. And so they're just simply interfering with each other, and they will form a new wavelength, which you know, is basically just a different color. And that's why you have all of these different colors, because you have different thicknesses, and those thicknesses are having fluid mechanics. Like this blue here is a certain area that has a certain thickness, and the orange has a different other kind of thickness. And they are not just mixing together, but they actually have boundaries, sharp boundaries between each other. Like they seem to not want to mix together, although they're the same material, but just different densities, different thicknesses. And how it exactly works, I don't exactly know, and even scientists are not exactly sure how this works. But it's super cool. It's very, very fascinating, and I'm looking forward to explain more about that in the tutorial. And we'll also have more resources to explain it. I will have proper illustrations and stuff like that. Yeah. As you can see, I'm quite eager to explain those things, because I just really like doing that. I just like explaining this kind of stuff. Like explaining science. And also art. I just basically like explaining things that I know a lot about. That that I'm able to understand. And that I personally find fascinating. Let's make a big spiral right in the middle. Why not? Yeah. Actually, I don't like how this barrel looks like. Maybe I should actually make a little experiment myself in order to find out whether I'm sleeping better or worse, or no change at all when I go to bed while having had something to eat beforehand, shortly beforehand. I would need to track the quality of sleep and the time, the amount of time in between me going to bed and my last meal. But also there are many other factors that come into play, like how much I I slept during the night before, how stressed I am, and if maybe Hoko is interfering with my sleep again. Also, Hoko is not here. Hoko. Boo boo. Boo boo bow. Well. Oh well. No kitty here. But yeah. So I guess I won't do it, because just simply there are too many other factors that come into play for the quality of sleep. I mean, if I have enough data, I could see some correlation and causation, but nah. I mean, right now I don't really feel like there's too big of a difference, and that's fine enough. So I don't care too much. So as I said, now it's turning more and more into a puzzle where I just need to fill out the gaps. So this here is like a bigger gap, and therefore I'm just gonna make some in-between curves. And this over here, now it's just splitting up and widening. This here, I'm just gonna form a little drop. And I can actually make several drops, like so. This is also a very common shape. Also, I want to have somewhat of a tail that is still stretching over it. I don't want to have a sharp corner here. And then in between you fill out more with curves and curves. All of these kind of drop shapes are flowing towards this tail. That's how I can fill out the shape that I left open. That's kind of the fun part of this painting process. Just figuring out how to fill in the shapes, and works like a puzzle, and it's fun. If you already know kind of like what to do and how these shapes work and how they're formed. Also, these patterns can flow in all sorts of directions. Because, well, gravity is pulling it down. And if enough time is passing, the top is just gonna be the lowest amount of density. Which, by the way, is just transparent. It's the lowest thickness is actually just transparent. So you would just here, with this background, see black. This is also a neat little thing that I'm going to explain more in detail in the tutorial. Is also these spots that you can see. Some of them are colored, but some of them are just straight up black. Well, black is because of the background layer. So if they're not black, they don't have the color black, but they're just simply transparent because they're so thin that this interference that I've been explaining before is so well, how to say? No. What I actually mean to say is the thin film is so thin that it's just basically letting all the light through. There's not much going on in terms of reflection and interference and stuff like that. And when I first saw these dark spots, I also was very surprised and confused as to what they are. It can be very easily explained. Yeah, and so the thing is, if enough time would pass and this bubble is in a very balanced state, doesn't rotate all too much, and what would happen is that the density would decrease more and more at the top and everything is running down. And so you would have a gradient from at the top being transparent or very spotty. And then you have the other colors that represent the different thicknesses. And they would alternate. They would have several layers, like rainbow layers on top of each other. But here in this case, it's very mixed, because you know the bubbles are rotating. This bubble also probably hasn't been quote-unquote alive for that long, so you don't normally see that at the top. You would need to have some very good conditions for the bubble to survive long enough so that you could actually see the top getting thinner and thinner and therefore more and more transparent, and having this kind of rainbow shade that's flowing down. Normally you probably cannot really do it with a bubble that is flying mid-air. You probably only can do it if the bubble is stationary, although I don't know exactly. I would love to make my own kind of experiments with bubbles and make photos and videos maybe. But the problem is I don't have a lens that is suited for that. I would need to have a very good macro lens in order to show the pattern, the texture of the bubble properly, and I just simply don't have that. And I'm not going to spend hundreds of euros just to buy a camera for that purpose. In the future I might get a good DSLR camera or something like that. But you know, I can also just make illustrations. It's totally fine. And I don't need to get that freaking extensive with my research. It's just... I already overdo it enough. And a lot of what I'm telling in the tutorials is stuff that artists normally wouldn't need. It's just an interesting side note, side facts, but you don't really need it. Which I also am saying during the tutorials, of course. Surprisingly also my hand is doing just fine, although I've been constantly drawing just now. But for some reason it hasn't been all that straining, which is good. Which is very good. Oh! Hoko has the Sumis running around. It's crazy. Hoko, what's going on with you? Are you acting crazy again? He just ran into my bedroom. Hoko. Oh, whoops. I also have to say, painting this is kind of calming and almost therapeutic, if that's how you pronounce the word. Therapeutic. Lots of pretty colors. And nice shapes, flowing patterns. It's kind of neat. Yeah, it's very relaxing to watch also. I can imagine. That's good to hear. Well, thinking about it, if I'm already spending so much time on this pattern, I might as well also use it as an example for the soap bubble pattern. At least one additional one. So I'm gonna work with layer masks, as always. And so the nice little thing is just, and probably what I'm gonna do is I'll have the normal drawing, and you know, it's gonna be much more faded out looking. Like here I'm gonna have the center very faded out and so on and so forth, you know. You can imagine the rest. But when I want to explain the pattern a bit more, what I can just simply do is disable the mask, and then you can see the full colors, as if the photo has been taken in some special way to properly show all the colors in the full saturation. And then you have the normal picture. That would be an idea. I really should try at least to find out how these pictures have been taken of the super colorful bubble texture pictures. There must have been some kind of special technique. It can't be that they just took a picture and cranked up the saturation to 100 in post-processing. That would be too simple. They must have been using some kind of special filter, special lenses. I don't freaking know. I have barely any idea about photography, and especially not that specialized photography. You know, for questions like these, I would love to just go to those photographers or those researchers who made this picture and just ask them. You know, that would be something so cool if I could actually have somebody who researched bubbles and ask them questions, or maybe even interviewing them for the tutorial video. That would be so cool. I guess I never attempted to contact everybody, but you know, there is also social anxiety playing a part, and me with my vastly inferior understanding of science compared to them. And why would they invest their time just for my silly drawing tutorial, where it's not even the point of, like, that science part is not even the main point of the video. And you know, also my channel is not really very large, so why would they waste their time with a small channel like mine? Yeah, who knows. I guess it couldn't hurt to just try, but oh well. Maybe someday I will attempt to do that. When I have maybe a bit more to show. Superfox says is, I mean, if it's in the name of research, you have a pretty good chance. I guess so. Well, I'm not really doing much research in terms of figuring something new out. At least not on the science side, that is. I'm figuring new things out on the drawing side, on the art side. You know, how to draw certain things, how to draw the shapes, how to understand them. That's kind of new, and that's why I call myself a drawing researcher. You know, because I research how to draw. I mean, also, that's the play with my name, because it could also mean that I draw and research separately, which I also kind of do. But that kind of research is mainly just looking up facts that already exist. They're like, I'm not really doing any scientific work, or at least not that much. Yeah, let's be real, not really any. But yeah, maybe they're also interested in art and they would like to participate. I don't freaking know. Well, at least not anytime. I'm not gonna do this anytime soon. Psychofox says, your tutorials are pretty educational. You have the best balance of art and education I've seen on the internet. Thank you. Unless is someone who only draws things like technical drawings. Yeah, nah. Well, first of all, thank you for your kind words. And yeah, I mean, I have no idea how they would think of my channel. But still, I want to have a couple more videos that are made with the kind of level of detail that I'm doing right now. Because I changed that strategy basically only this year. Before that, I've been a bit more lenient and haven't been doing that much detail work. I haven't been including that much of extra illustrations and explaining so many things about them. I am quite satisfied. I'm quite satisfied with the level of, you could say, professionalism, the level of detail that I am doing right now for my tutorials, even though it takes a lot of time, but it pays off, and there is not really much where I feel like this is not really right. This is I'm feeling kind of insecure about this, but I'm still putting this tutorial out because I got to, because I need to release something. Yeah, and I haven't really been feeling that with the last couple of tutorials. Gosh, this looks so messy. And the patterns are kind of cool, but also it looks so overwhelming. Let's just do those bubbles on this specific layer, this middle layer here. Just this, a bit of extra of this cyan. And then I'm gonna call it. I probably could even go longer than that, but I really shouldn't overdo it. I'm pretty sure once I'm done with the stream, tiredness is gonna overwhelm me. Especially after I ate something. Gonna make myself some pasta. But I've been very productive, and that's good. That's also one of the points of these streams. To be extra productive. Pasta is great, I agree. And it's also cheap. And you can mix it with a lot of different things, so... got quite a lot in my pasta mixed in. I like it with salted mushrooms and oregano. Oh, interesting. I do add a lot of oregano, but I don't have mushrooms in it. I would like to have some. But the ingredients that I use are normally super cheap. Like just some frozen vegetables that I pour into the pot. Some peanuts? Yes, peanuts. I like to cook with peanuts. To cut up some onions. And I make normally a sauce with milk. That kind of beat I want to do in a retrowave style track. It's so energizing and I love it. Very much 80s / 90s. Very much Knight Rider like. That beat? You have that in mind? You mean you have that in mind for a music track that you have been planning to do? If you think about it, this beat is super primitive, like super simple. It's just the same note repeated over and over again, with some drums in addition to it, and that's it. Of course, the pitch is changing a little bit every now and then, but it's so simple, but it just sounds so cool. We'll see. We'll see what I'm gonna make. Oh yeah. Fox says, it could be fun to make a song like this. The energy on my song comes more from the melodies rather than the drums. Yeah, I normally also like to focus more on the melodies, but maybe I should make a track or two that focus more on the beat. That would be maybe good for my time-lapse videos. Because they are more energetic after all. There's more stuff going on all at once. So having a more energetic and drummy-like music is kind of good. The music track that I'm using for my time-lapse videos is supposed to kind of sound retro-wavy. I'm getting worse at talking. But I didn't really do that well of a job because back then I didn't really look up any tutorials of how to make retrowave sounds. So yeah, next time I'm probably gonna do a better job. Fox says, do you have a program or just record your instruments? I have a program. The only instruments that I have is an E-piano and a bamboo flute, a Japanese bamboo flute that is called a shakuhachi. And I have this, like a special version of it. I could actually show it off because I have it right here. And this here is a shakuhachi, a non-traditional shakuhachi, because you play it from the side and not like you hold it not downwards but to the side, and you blow it into the side of it and not to the front, if that makes sense. And I really like the sound of those kind of flutes, but I'm also not very good with them. However, the old track that I used for my tutorials for the background did have some recorded flute sounds in it. And I might do that again in the future, who knows. Because normally the flute sounds that I have in my program are not satisfying enough. And the thing is, you can't just play notes. And you can do, you know, filters, you can pitch shift and stuff like that and so on and so forth, but you cannot give it an accent, if that makes sense. You cannot vary like how the sound changes depending on how strongly you blow into the flute, or it's hard to describe. But yeah, you can kind of like vary between a more of a blowy sound or more of like a clear sound, and it has a different feel to it. And that kind of stuff you cannot do with just MIDIs. Well, yeah. So I think that's as far as I go with this drawing for today, or at least for this stream. I'm gonna continue off stream, probably even today. Upgo, you're back just in time, because we're gonna say goodbye real soon. So yeah, many hours, and that's as far as we got. Not very far, but that's okay. It's supposed to be one of the drawings, one of the prepared drawings, so I would feel bad if that would be just a practice drawing, but this will be actually used and have a purpose, so it's okay. Uncle! So there it is again. I'm also cranking up the opacity to full to see all the colors at once. Very messy, I know, but we'll get there. I do like the colors so far right now. The color balancing is very neat. I do want to add more blue though, I feel like. But I'll get to it. Alright then. How long was it exactly now that I've been streaming? Well, let's see. Are you... over 6.5 hours. Oh wow. I'll really overdo it, but it's okay. I like streaming, and it's just once a week. Once a week is fine. So Hoko, I'm gonna switch to your camera. There we go. So, recap again. What am I gonna do? I am going to finish this painting very soon, off stream. This is basically the thing that I'm gonna work on next. Then, I'm also going to post pictures of this version as it looks like right now on Twitter and YouTube community tab thingy, just to show what we have achieved during the stream. And then I will also post the full painting when it is done, because you deserve to know how it looks like, since you already saw some of the making of process. So you can look out for that too. And then next week I am going to stream again, and it will be probably another animation stream to finish up the last animation. My assumption is that it's going to take longer than the second animation, but shorter than the first. We'll see if that actually is going to be the case. Just in case, I'm going to prepare some sketches for additional emotes. If it turns out that I'm done with the next animation too quickly and I need to fill out more stream time, then I could do some, like 1 or 2 emotes again. And I have a couple of additional ideas for more emotes. I've been doing some brainstorming and came up with some neat ideas. Yeah, what I'm gonna do the week after the next is still open. I don't know if I'm gonna stream again or not. But yeah, let me think, is there something else? You have been seeing the pop-up of the social media stuff all the time, so I don't really need to tell you, hey, follow me on blah blah blah. You have been seeing that all stream anyways, so you know. Join me on Discord, follow me on Twitter and blah blah. Kitty. There's Kitty. Kitty is good. Other than that, I don't know what to announce. And it's still gonna take a while until I start doing gaming streams on Twitch, because I don't think I have enough people that would be interested, and I don't want to stream if I have nobody to watch. That feels awkward, so I want to be extra safe. But I already have some ideas for some games that I want to play on stream. Well, that's about it. At least, should be it for all the important stuff. So, it was a lot of fun, even though it was quite long. Looking forward to next stream. And until then, I hope you have a wonderful week. Alright then. Me and Hoko are saying goodbye. Goodbye. Bye. Well, it's kind of waving, I suppose.